हेलो गाइस, स्वागत है आपका एक और नई लाइव स्ट्रीम में। सो यार वी आर बैक अगेन विद वैसे यार हम थोड़ा सा मतलब बिजी थे, ठीक है। दिख रहा है, स्ट्रीम दिख रही है, कैसे दिख रही है। पहले तो अपने को यार ये चेंज करना पड़ेगा।
No, but I mean,
देखते हैं यार कौन
Hunters on
जीतेगा।
Con-Con's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Con-Con back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass the wheel.
हम आ तो चुके यार, पर अलग ही लेवल का लग रहा है।
know what that means?
Okay.
EDG वाले घुस रहे हैं।
Okay.
वैसे फेस कैम किस साइड रखूं, इस साइड रखूं या राइट साइड रखूं?
Because it's not my strategy.
No, it's a.
भी राइट साइड रखना सही
It's a
रहेगा।
reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. Can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken.
देखो सीन ऐसा है
Start with, but there is a second one
कि हम
here,
कहीं
and
पर
this
भी
was the
रखे,
idea from
इनका ये जो है ना
Evan to
वो जाना नहीं चाहिए अपनी इसमें से।
have that little backup to give them
बढ़िया खेल रहे भाई,
space
बढ़िया
to-
खेल
to
रहे।
contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very slowly. Initial contact on B. 3 players now from the defense in that
कर दे,
direction,
चल
but this
चल
wall's gonna
मार।
cause problems. When you-
ए भाई क्या मार है।
In fact, it's gonna cause problems
वैसे
for BBL.
कैमरे में सही दिख रहा है ना,
Rock was
बाकी
walking
जान
up
दो।
to it to have a little look.
5 लोग देख रहे हैं यार, सब लोग लाइक करो, जो भी नए वो सब्सक्राइब करो। ओ भाई अबे क्या मारा है भाई इसने, साइपर ने क्या लेके गया भाई। सेज उठा रहे, नहीं कैंसिल कर दिया, पीछे जा रही है। 5 लोग देख रहे हैं यार, सब लोग लाइक करो, जो भी नया वो सब्सक्राइब भी कर देना। वो मैप देखने की आदत से वो हो गई है भाई गेम खेलते खेलते।
No chances for the Raz.
ए पे प्लांट कर दिया है।
Plant to come through.
क्या लगता है गाइस कौन जीतेगा? पिछले मैच तो भाई EDG वाले जीते थे, बढ़िया मैच हुई थी वो पहली मैच EWC की, और ऐसी बढ़िया हुई ना। चिचू भाई अभी खेल रहे हैं, देखते हैं। वैसे कैमरा एंगल सही है क्या अपना, या बीच में ले लो? बीच में सही रहेगा ना। कौन देख रहा है भाई, लाइक करो, जो भी नहीं वो सब्सक्राइब करो। यो रानी भाई टिंकू ने क्लच खेला, बिग फैन सर। अरे सर वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। ओ व्हाट इज दिस?
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack?
भाई अच्छा राउंड था यार।
Succession 2 for Con. His luck timing was perfect.
साइफर ने जो मारा ना भाई,
क्वेन
ने
turns the
क्रेवन ने जो मारा ना भाई, मजा आ गया।
himself saving them once again, and
लगा नहीं था मालूम ये राउंड निकलेगा,
at lead slowly slipping.
पर बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं BBL वाले भी।
Obviously what we
हेलो
can say
असुर
is
प्लेज
it
लेफ्ट
doesn't
साइड,
matter too much because we'll see what
नीचे
they can
रखो
do in the
कैम,
second
लेफ्ट
half
साइड
on
पे,
the- on the defensive side,
मतलब
but
लेफ्ट
I'm
लेफ्ट
sure
पे
after
नीचे
going
कहाँ
that
रखो
far
यार?
into the lead, they will have wanted to
अच्छा ठीक
at
है, रुक
least
जाओ असुर भाई।
look to try and convert the half.
यहाँ पर बोल रहे हो?
Pausa técnica mola.
ठीक है, यहाँ पर ही रखते हैं।
But what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant.
Yes.
I'm not too sure yet. He said that
बिग फैन रॉनी भाई, बिग फैन रॉनी भाई,
no, absolutely.
रॉनी भाई यस।
Although,
No.
इन्होंने टाइम आउट ले लिया क्या?
and he'll
Yeah,
tell you a
he
thing or
is an
two.
expert. He is a
He is
big fan of
Intimately familiar. Position was going to be key for BBL. Key. Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those Sentinels. Creven,
बढ़िया खेलते भाई
not
ये
so
लोग।
much with the
Yeah, I don't
utility.
know,
No more him popping
It's a
off.
bit of a stretch.
But
थोड़ा
him
नीचे
playing
लुक
the
क्या
anchor,
फेस
it's
के
the
मार।
reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they
इतना
dealt with
इतना
those
बस हो
first
गया,
few players, he
इतना
was
बस हो
over.
गया।
First blood of the round.
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility.
भाई
and being
बीमार
shot in the
ऊपर
head.
क्या है ये मैच इतनी बढ़िया हो रही है ना, पहली मैच इतनी बढ़िया हुई ना गाइस, क्या बताओ। अगर मैं होता ना पहली मैच देखने के लिए, मतलब मैंने मोबाइल पे देखी, पर मैं जॉब पर था, किया नहीं मैंने यार।
He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds.
वो मैच
Go walkabout.
मिस
Throw
कर
the
दिया
ball
हमने।
towards- That's like you throw the wall, rotate. And now we've got info for a bit. But that
अभी
was
ये
different
मैच चालू
approach
करते करते भी
up
अपने
against
को
the Ninja.
आधा घंटा लग गया है
And
मालूम।
I honestly think he got what it
नहीं तो हम
exactly
पहले ही
what
चालू कर दे। 4 लोग देख रहे हैं यार, जो भी नहीं वो लाइक करो, शेयर करो, सब्सक्राइब भी करो।
for now at least.
ओके भाई।
EDG do still hold
अबे इसकी हेयर
on to the
स्टाइल
lead,
देख
but
मेरे जैसी।
you're starting to see, as you sort of alluding to, the
हंस रहा है देख।
terrifying prospect
अबे
of what
तेको
this
ने बोला है
composition can
चाइनीज।
do on the
ऐसा नहीं
defense,
बोलना
the
है।
awkwardness that it can create.
ऐसा नहीं बोलना है, ऐसा नहीं बोलना है। फेस पर
Even
लाइट
just,
करना।
again,
अबे लाइट
seeing
कैसे
that
लाऊं फेस
operator
पे?
have impact from Lovers Rock, it makes
फेस पे
me
लाइट
quite
लाने के लिए
happy
अपने
because
को
I
ये
think
चाहिए
we
गाइस।
talk about the pressure put on to players to perform immediately,
cam
and when
चाहिए,
Yora
face
was
cam।
nerfed, it was clear that he had
Black
to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He
side।
was one of the best, definitely
अच्छा
within
यार,
EMEA,
रुक।
maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't
अभी
have
तो हो
that same
जाएगा maybe।
effect, he's had
अभी
to
तो हो
change.
जाएगा,
And
अभी
that
तो
has
अच्छा
definitely
दिखेगा
taken
थोड़ा
some
सा।
time. We
पर बाद में नहीं दिख पाएगा क्योंकि सीन ऐसा है गाइस
saw some
कि
vulnerable, some weak
अपने पास
performances
रिंग
when
लाइट
it
नहीं,
came
रिंग
to
लाइट
the
चाहिए
EMEA
जब
stage.
तभी फेस अच्छा दिखेगा।
But he started to
या
get
फिर
better
पीछे
towards
जो
the end, and
खिड़की
I
हो
think we're
खिड़की
seeing that
ब्लैक
now,
ब्लर।
leaning more,
अबे
even
ब्लर
more
नहीं
so
होगा
into the
बैक
operator.
बैक का
And
ब्लर का
especially on
ऐसा सीन है
defensive
ब्रो
sides,
कि
I think he's a force to
उसके
be
लिए
reckoned
एनवीडिया का
Eyes
ग्राफिक
the
कार्ड चाहिए और
land,
अपने पास
we saw
ग्राफिक
the
कार्ड
boys
नहीं।
get ready to
चलो
get back
राउंड
into
तो
the game.
स्टार्ट हो
EDG
गया। अबे
setting
भाई
their
बी पे
seats
जा
up
रहे
here, gave that same
साइफर
aura as
साइफर
like
वापस
their
है
Space
वहाँ पर।
Marines suiting up.
प्रवीण भाई
And
इस
it's
बार
gonna be
भी
a
एक
big
क्लच
battle for
दिखा
EDG.
देना।
It's been a struggle up against this defensive
आप
side
किसको
the last
सपोर्ट
3
कर रहे हो?
rounds.
मैं
A
तो
lot-
ईडीजी को ही कर रहा
Oh
हूँ
my goodness.
क्योंकि
Lot
बीबीएल
of
मुझे
control for
पता
BBL
नहीं।
in the passive plays.
हेलो
They've
हेलो
walked
जज
out
भाई
with the
सेटअप
operator.
लोकेशन
Lovers
चेंज
Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
सेटअप लोकेशन चेंज करने
Okay,
में
they got
वो
smokes
बहुत
again.
दिक्कत हो जाएगी ब्रो।
Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might
सोवा
send
दिखा
a
था।
player in, they get traded, res them,
क्या
you have
लगता
an
है
advantage. In
भाई
this case,
भाई
no
भाई
advantage
कचरा
whatsoever
गन भाई
other than
कचरा
the
को
fact
नोडिन
that
ले
you
लिया है
really need
बंदा।
your smokes.
आता वाटतं है रियल स्ट्रीमर क्या बात कर रहा है रियल
Been
स्ट्रीमर
a
लग रहा हूँ।
rough map for Gianni,
सही है,
who's
सही है।
looking very good in the previous.
ओ भाई ये देख कहाँ से ड्रोन जा रहा है। ओ
Different task, and Loiter
अरे
from
पीछे तो
Wolfpack
देख
as
भाई।
well. This is almost
छी
becoming
वे।
disrespectful from BBL.
जेनी।
Walking up behind, Lovers Rock also then finds
अबे
another
थ्रो
pick.
किया है भाई बंदे को साउंड से
The remaining
सॉरी
two
साउंड
are
ही
in
नहीं आया
some
लगता है।
serious trouble.
भाई
I think the
बीबीएल क्या
net
मार
catching
के गई
one
है।
and LaRock finishing his prey.
A very
Yeah.
different face after that time.
बढ़िया
out,
खेल
the
रहे थे यार
breather
पर
that we
थोड़ा
had
सा
a moment
जीजी हो
ago.
गया।
Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches.
ये
Just the
देखो ये
role
देखो
players had
ये देखो क्या
wanna
मारा
play
है
a
भाई।
little bit more aggressive.
साउंड सेंस
Get back
हाँ
to
भाई
how we like to play the game.
भाई उसको समझा ही नहीं कहाँ
As
से
I said,
मारा है
after
उसको।
finding
क्या बोलूं
3
अब?
rounds in a row off the back of
अबे
passive
कुछ
play,
नहीं भाई कुछ
I
नहीं
don't think
बस
EDG
उसको
saw that
समझा
one
नहीं कि
coming.
कहाँ
And
से
after
मारे
the
उस
first bit
बंदे
of
ने।
aggression, I don't think they saw
दो
that
मिनट
second
दो
one
मिनट
coming.
वो देखते रहेगा।
Or should they have?
Is this? I can't remember if they took one in OT.
जैसे कि हम बार बार देख रहे हैं कि अपना फेस कैम
They did
कहाँ
take
से
one in
अच्छा लग
overtime.
रहा है।
I believe.
In regulation.
Oh, actually,
अबे
it could
मेरे
have
को है
been
ना
because they
एक
get the
रिंग लाइट ही
background.
लेनी
Yeah.
पड़ेगी
Could have
यार
been BBL
और
again.
बैकग्राउंड में
I
एक
think we can
see
not
that one.
certain.
We
ग्रीन
definitely saw
कपड़ा
like
वगैरह कोई तो
2
कपड़ा
from
डालना
the
पड़ेगा
BBL
ऐसा लग
side.
रहा है।
Even when they were
regulation,
very
we saw
far
2,
down,
yeah.
I don't think EDG took a
I
single
don't
one. But
think
after
EDG
losing 4 rounds in a row, I
win
think
this
it's also
match.
just the manner which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the
They
operator.
conquer this
irritating,
match
using
guys
res to get
वही
back,
जीतेंगे
irritating,
एडीजी
and then
जीतेंगे
being
फुल
full
सपोर्ट है
flanked,
एडीजी को
like
आप
the player
किसे
management
सपोर्ट कर
was
रहे हो
all the way
बताओ।
up, eh? That's a problem, and it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play
भाई
the
टाइम आउट लिया
attackers want to
वापस।
make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to
देख
me
देख
rather
देख
than
देख
going in with your
भाई
own
लगातार
plan.
जीते
We'll
भाई
see if they're
बीबीएल ने
gonna manage
4
to fix that, of course.
क्या
Again,
कर रहे हैं EDG?
weaponry is going to be a bit more
मेरे
of
को
an
लगा था
issue
ये
in this
मैच तो
round.
वन साइड
They
लेके
don't have any
जाएगी।
ultimates to play with bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
एडीजी वाले वापस इधर आना चाहते हैं। ये वन वे वगैरह लगा के बैठा है भाई। साइपर का सेटअप देख ले ओमकार।
After the timeout,
ओमकार साइपर का सेटअप देख ले ऐसे करते।
someone
और ये ऑफ भी देख ले ऐसे ऐसे ऑफ चलाते।
not gonna hit the
ऐसे
shot
नहीं
to start
चलाते
with.
सॉरी
Going back in. Flash.
ऐसे भी नहीं चलाते।
Well done for
My bad,
someone to
bad,
get
bro.
around that corner, but this madman is going
ओ
in
ऐसे
once
तो
more.
बिल्कुल नहीं चलाते।
Yeah, a little bit
Bye,
too
bye,
much.
bye, bye.
He is
Sneaker,
punished
bro.
चल चल चल
massively.
EDG मार।
This is again exactly. It's against pistols.
नोबडी मारेगा भाई।
And now you're playing
तेरा क्या
a close
प्रेडिक्शन है
round
कौन
with
जीतेगा?
your madman.
अबे EDG
Oh,
जीतेगी।
flank again.
और रात
What
की
is
मैच
happening in this
PRX ही
game?
जीतेगी।
BBL need to tighten
एनर्जी
the
वर्सेस
game
PRX
plan.
से
They've
बहुत
pushing
बढ़िया
it
मैच है रात को
short
7 बजे।
against an
इस
equal.
मैच के बाद
They're
तुरंत
making
बाद।
every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back
Bye, bye,
online,
bye,
and
bye.
Jenny's
चल मार
probably
चल
about
मार।
to just- Okay.
अबे यार।
Never mind. He's he's at least
ये ओमेन भाई यार पिछले मैच में भी थोड़ा सा जीजी कर रहा था पर एक राउंड ऐसा निकाला था ना ओमेन भाई ये गलत हो गया क्राउच नहीं करना चाहिए था
under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate.
चल EDG
He
मार
goes
मार
for the
मार
player
मार
behind,
मार
hoping that maybe the second
मस्त रहे
evades.
nobody
I don't mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything
कहाँ
else
जा
in the
रहा है
round.
I think he even realized I'm going to get traded here no matter what.
Ah,
So
okay.
I might as well kill the guy that won't come back.
Yeah.
भाई
Like,
इनके
that
नाम भी
makes
नहीं
sense.
पता मेरे
It's the
को
right call.
साइन मारेगा
But yeah, this
चल चल
I think just
चल
call
नाइस
timeout
ब्रो
if you're BBL.
देख ब्रो देख ऐसे
What
चलते
the
हैं
hell was
हंटर
that? You have
ठीक है ऐसे ही किससे कुछ
I can't believe a triple peak.
Well, also
three players,
the third
but
one.
three peaks back to back.
Okay, I still don't like it, but if he was full HP and
Yes.
he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
He
मेरे
had
को
his
लग रहा
dash
है
on, so he was
थोड़ा
Yeah,
सा जीजी करना चाहिए
45 HP, I
Yeah.
think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's
गाइस लाइक करो जो
crazy
भी ना वो
to try
सब्सक्राइब
and
कर देना
attempt it.
To then push short as a response after to also leave the space during that fight for a mid flank to then push short. It's actually the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Did he see the scope?
अबे कहाँ जा रहा है ये लवर चल 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 चल
That looked like a really cool play.
Bro.
But it hasn't worked.
He got the
Trading.
kill.
Jenny's
नहीं
just
यार
trading
नहीं नहीं नहीं
himself.
निकल निकल निकल
Not so
नाइस
much.
बेरो
He'll be pulled back from what would have been the dead. In a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The Cloudburst blocking the op and yet.
रोज क्रेवन बहुत बढ़िया खेलता है भाई उसका गेम प्ले मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा है क्या लगता है कि ये मैच निकलेगा वो
And now EDG
ए पे
just
सर
sitting
पे
back.
बी पे बस सोवा है सो
They have the
बी पे
advantage,
घुसना
they have the
चाहिए
spike. There's no need for them
ये
to
क्या कर
overthink
रहे
this.
बाहर
And
पर
as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into an open site
जा भाई
or
जा
3v1
मेरी
continue
स्ट्रीम
to
स्नाइप
increase.
कर ले रोज यहाँ पर बैठो भाई चल चल आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ
Plenty of time to play with. Like this. Craven though.
कैसे जा रहे हैं क्रेवन आ
Odds of you
चुका है
winning a
भाई
3v1 on the
क्रेवन आ
side,
चुका है तो मतलब
very
निकल
low.
सकता है
Maybe not for
मैच
him, but very low.
राउंड निकल सकते हैं बीबीएल
Whereas grouping
पर
up,
मैं ना
playing it
चाहूंगा कि वो
together,
निकले एडीजी निकले
that
भाई
makes things at least a little bit more interesting. Steps will be heard. Rose at the back of the site. Teammate just
ब्रो
push, and it
क्रेवन
seems like
बोला
nobody
था
was
मैंने
watching it, but do they still expect Rose to be here? They
क्रेवन बहुत
absolutely
बढ़िया
do
खेलता है
not.
ब्रो
That's where the IGL could
चेक
strike
नहीं
again.
कर रहा यार
We talk
चेक
about
नहीं
him
कर रहा
getting
यार
kills
एडीजी
when
क्या
the
यार
player's back's
हाथ
turned,
का राउंड
but,
था यार
Hey, he has to put himself in
है।
those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting
ये
his way
उम्मीद तो नहीं
behind
थी
them, so
भाई
he can't really fault
थ्रो
the
किया
guy
मालूम
for it.
थ्रो किया पूरा का पूरा थ्रो किया
Wild
एडीजी
attempt here.
पर कोई ना
Just doesn't
अभी
work
भी
out, at
डिफेंडिंग
least to
बाकी है
start
एडीजी
with,
की
because BBL
और
want
डिफेंडिंग में
B-main
एडीजी
aggression
बहुत
for
स्ट्रांग
two
है
reasons.
गाइस
One, to kill them, to fight them. And two, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise.
और इनका एक और था भाई कि इनके जो भी स्पॉन्सर है वो नहीं छुपने चाहिए यहाँ पर सारे स्पॉन्सर दिख रहे हैं ना टीम के आराम से
Instead, EDG met them on the push.
ब्रो
Now,
ब्रो
success early on. That's a nasty little
क्या कर
spam
रहे हैं
from
भाई?
Rose. You'll love to see it.
ये रोज भाई
Phoenix down and out
बहुत
already.
ओडिन
This is
चला
the
रहा है
only duelist that EDG have. We talked about their inability to
समझ
get
रहे हो
up
ना
and
तुम मेरे
over
को
some
क्या
of these
करना था
traps to get
कचरा
by
किया है
them.
उसने
And now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
चल 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 भाई ये ऑफ लेके बैठा हुआ है भाई पूरा
The tour de force available. EP just going towards the switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point.
सेजेक
And it's the jump across. I like the attempt.
भाई
Not quite quick.
नाइस रे नोबडी
No,
And
all
that's
right.
what gets him.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but Pichu hasn't dropped off.
Chico भी
He
ऊपर
is
है।
still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just walled short.
भाई वो सोवा अभी भी जिंदा है
It's no
भाई
surprise the wall's there.
Craven भी
Concon's
जिंदा है।
going to go exploring it.
ए क्या यार
Again.
लोइटा भाई मार के चले गए
It's like the 5th pick over the top of the wall. And Loito was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round. Like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
कहाँ जा रहा है कहाँ जा रहा है
Oh,
They've turned away.
Bro!
Lloyd has been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing could be
भाई
crucial.
स्मोक में आके बैठा है भाई
Concon's being so
ये क्या हो रहा है?
patient. The trap thrown
trap's
down.
gonna-
It's Rose's time to go, and there we go.
भाई
Striking
ये
from
सोवा
behind
भाई
again. Rose just keeps
सोवा
on
भाई
doing it,
सोवा
man.
मार के जाते हुए हर बार 3K लेके जा रहे हैं हर बार 3 किल लेके जा रहे हैं सोवा
Crazy how many just
दो तीन
backstab
round से।
kills he's actually
It's
getting.
wild, bro.
Like, that was just wild
पर
play
उसको शायद
because the
पता
trap
नहीं कि
against
अगला
the
राउंड
wall was gonna be a
मतलब
bit of a
वो भी
stab.
ले सकते
I'm gonna
ओडिन
run through.
But
Even if he died, there was
भाई ये
enough
देखो,
time
ये
that his
देखो, ये
teammate
देखो।
would be able to deny the spike anyway.
क्या बढ़िया पकड़ा था इसने बढ़िया मारा था बे पर इसको समझा नहीं कि वो सोवा पोजीशन लेके बैठा हुआ है क्या यार क्या गेम सेंस लगा है सोवा ने मस्त भाई मस्त बढ़िया बढ़िया खेले सोवा
He even heard it. It
रोज
started
भाई
to tag
बहुत
it, and
प्यारा
he stepped through the smoke and took his kill just in time. Great play by Rose.
ये
Smart
जो
player.
मेरे को देख
And
रहे हैं
that's
ना
the thing.
स्ट्रीम पे वो लोग बोल रहे हैं साला इसको तो खेलना नहीं
See him
आता
hit
है
these heights.
प्रो लोगों को
Quite
जज
often. For
कर रहे हैं
BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. It should be good night, sweet
nice
dreams.
बे
The con, and that it will be.
He's been the major danger.
खत्म है भाई खत्म
Got a
है
bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0 down.
मारेगा 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 ये
This has been an impressive recovery. But as we stated at the beginning, BBL
बढ़िया पोजीशन है भाई बढ़िया पोजीशन है बोला था मैं
It definitely won't be a death sentence by any
लाड़
stretch of the
के।
imagination. Maybe just a little bit.
हाँ भाई बढ़िया गेम
If he'd lost that fight, I
बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं भाई उनमें गेम सेंस है इस वजह से वो प्रो लेवल पे बैठे हुए
Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack. And he has 45 seconds.
बहुत अजीब लग रहा है बे पहली बार कर रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम मतलब वॉच पार्टी भी पहली बार कर रहा हूँ और फेस कैम भी पहली बार कर रहा हूँ यार थोड़ा सा और आगे आके बैठू क्या ऐसा बैठू
Going to be beneficial to save.
पूरा कैमरा में
At
घुस
this
जाओ
point, you know, you keep
नहीं
the gun,
ऐसा
you
ही सही
keep the
है
credits, but
Keep the
then you
KD.
AD, yeah.
क्या लगता
Well,
है
Pavs and,
एस
it
एस
doesn't
चल
really-
चल नोबडी एस
outside.
KD does.
It's true. KD carries
टाइम ही
on.
नहीं पर
Well, his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between nobody and the A side.
भाई क्या क्या बैठे थे वो एक के नीचे एक
7-5 at the half, a big recovery
हाँ
for
ठीक है
BBL
चल
indeed.
आराम
But
से
this is
जीतेगी
why when we
EDG
saw those first, like, the
डिपेंडिंग
third
स्ट्रांग
round
है EDG का
especially, go the way of EDG,
Yeah.
we're like, this
Last
is a
match
danger,
बहुत बढ़िया
because
खेली
they've
EDG
already built up a lot of runway, and with just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive
तो
light.
गाइस
Yeah,
अभी
I think it's
EDG
more
जा
just the
चुकी है
manner. Like, if you
डिफेंडिंग
go
पे
for
और
your
क्या
big
लगता है
5
आपको क्या ये
rounds on
EDG
your
वही
attack
मैच
side from
निकाल
this
पाएगी
composition, they go, yeah.
कमेंट में
That's not
बताओ
too
गाइस
bad.
कमेंट
I'll
में
take
बताओ
it.
EDG क्या मैच निकाल
If you go,
पाएगी
you're
या
gonna
नहीं
win the first 4 and then from then onwards only get 1.
मेरे को एक बताओ
Maybe not so much. I
आपको
think it'd be a little bit disappointing that
उनका
they
भी
didn't
आवाज
release
सही
it
आ रहा है
for
कि
the
नहीं
half, but
नो
I
ओके
think for the
ओके
side of BBL, like, this
One
is
player
the
goes
bare
with
minimum,
no.
but I've never really been convinced by
भाई
their
भाई भाई
attack
भाई
side.
भाई
You look at them when they
ये जो एक राउंड
even
गया
going
था ना
into
भाई वो
Fire
बहुत
versus Na'Vi,
घटिया गया था
9-3 defensive half.
ये
They
पहले
then
क्या
lose
खेल
the
रहे थे भाई
attack
क्या मार रहे थे
4-8,
पहले
but that's enough to win the map 13-11.
अचानक से क्या हुआ पता
They
नहीं
did the same versus Heretics. You get a 9-3 defensive side half.
ये देखिए ये भी
Lose the
गलत
next
गए
half
थे
3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map, and I think up against the Sage and the Chamber of Kankan, who is hitting,
ये देख
it's going to be much harder going into the second half.
Without a doubt.
यहाँ से जो राउंड गए ना वो गंदे गए
EDG find a whole lot more of an upside.
ये भी बहुत गंदा मरे
For
यार
BBL, like we said, a 7-5, sure, it's a strong position.
ये तो बढ़िया मारा
Opposition
था
has its drawbacks when it comes to making that push. BBL have their drawbacks when it comes to making those pushes as well.
ये राउंड निकलना चाहिए था रे ये वाला राउंड निकलना चाहिए था अगर ये राउंड निकलते ना तो बहुत बढ़िया बूस्ट मिलता मालूम क्योंकि इस राउंड के बाद थोड़ा सा वो कॉन्फिडेंस भी कम हो गया EDG का और रोज भाई तो बहुत बढ़िया मारे पर उस राउंड में चांद दो चेक करना चाहिए था अगर बोट आउट चेक करते तो शायद राउंड निकल जाता अच्छा समझ गया यार वही तो काम है मेरा समझाना चलो यार आप हो चुका है क्या लगता है हेड हंटर चिपकने वाली है गाइस अभी हेड हंटर चिपकने वाली चलो चल मार जिम चेक भाई जिमजक नाम है उसका जिमचक भाई ये अच्छा नाम रखता है ना थोड़ा सा नोबडी कैसा है साइन कैसा है चिचू कैसा है चिचू या चिकू बोले या चिचू बोले चिकू बोल सकते हैं चिचू भी बोल सकते हैं कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं और एक जेनिमी सनफ्लावर ऑयल भी है उधर का सही है नाम यार क्रेवन रोज लवर्स रॉक लोइटा लॉर्क चल जेडम जेके मार चल मार
If this was a quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them.
Oh no, bro!
Though by Lovers Rock.
Yeah, that was
Lovers Rock बढ़िया मार रहा है.
Avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the.
साइन में मारने आपको, please. अरे यार, nice try बे.
I think for BBL that's okay. Keep the man advantage alive, and now they head into the site of Gianni.
जेनी भाई चलो.
That he is.
कैंग दे रहे थे कैंग ऐसा ओके
Of course, it's a narrow laneway. The Rock just spams.
अबे यार मेरे को क्या पता कैंग है ठीक है यार राउंड चला गया नोबडी और शिगु है अभी भी शिगु भाई बोलेंगे हम उनको क्योंकि हम शिगु भाई के फैन भी हमें यार मैप देखने की आदत से हो गई है नहीं निकल पाएंगे यार 2v4 तो बहुत मुश्किल है और उसमें भी भाई ये नेड वगैरह लेके बैठे
This is the problem. Like, even in a pistol round where you don't normally have all of your utility, it's just so much time.
Kang भाई बहुत गंदा मरे हुए.
It's going to do the same. You have to take the time to remove it. Paranoia then does the same.
Paranoia मार दिया अभी क्या ही मारेगा. चिकू भाई चलो एक को मारो भाई यार क्या चिकू भाई.
He's going to be able to get 4 kills, and that's so much more important than you might realize because one of the few real entry tactics they have is the annihilation. That ultimate is so irritating to play against because say you're a sentinel, say you're
यार
playing
EDG हार गए
a
ना यार ये
passive
मैच
position,
तो बहुत
there
बुरा
are so
लगेगा.
many, especially because you can bounce it, you can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time, and if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward.
भाई उन्होंने क्या क्लियर किया देखा सोवो के शॉक डार्ट भाई बढ़िया थे.
On the attack, I feel like at least thinking of all the times we've seen it used, if you use it on
भाई
the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone?
गला खराब हो चुका है.
Always there's someone there to shoot it.
ये राउंड तो निकालना चाहिए यार. कैंग भाई मारने का है ठीक है. क्रेवन भाई.
Who's going to be with you?
क्रेवन भाई वेट कर रहे.
You're breaking them out. Everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. Great. Big upside for
Nice रे nobody.
They've lost the duel to a classic, which isn't a great start, but
रोज आ रहे. ए बच गया.
He definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
Didn't he pull out a shock dart when he saw him? He saw him and then went, hold on, I can get this guy. Old-fashioned, medieval style. What the hell?
कैंग भाई यार थोड़ा मार लो यार. बढ़िया रहेगा.
Rage heal as well. Nobody went from 10 HP
You know what
and
that
dead
is?
to
Rose is a man of honor.
भाई ए पे जा रहे सेज के किले चल जेनी
He's not even low anymore. That's
जेनी मार दे.
Jenny's now going to get rid of Loiter. Larocque still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing. Another shock.
नाइस रे nobody. नाइस रे. अबे ये लवर्स रॉक भाई मारे जा रहे हैं.
Not so free. There is 15 seconds.
भाई 15 सेकंड है. चल.
Can they make it? 12 from market, maybe just about 10.
अरे हो जाएगा. प्लांट तो हो जाएगा. प्लांट तो आराम से होने वाला है.
The second, but it works. Nice cross coverage by Lovers Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill.
यार ये लवर्स रॉक भाई अलग नहीं मान रहे. मारेगा. चल nobody कड़क बे. Yes.
Like this is still winnable. This is still doable. But he's so
doable. चल.
Doesn't take a tag there at least still. Not
अबे इस पे गन.
But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate.
मार दे. Nice bro. Nice. Finally साइन भाई खेले. भाई पर वो उसने अगर मार दिया होता ना भाई वैंडल थी उस पे तो बहुत गलत सीन हो जाता भाई. बहुत गलत सीन हो जाता. राउंड जाते बच्चा EDG का.
Please don't show the Rose one. I just don't. Okay, thank you to our replay ops.
He's just like, see you later, bro. He's giving him the orb. Giving him the orb.
That's so kind of him.
Yeah, look, and because of that,
भाई PUBG के स्ट्रीम पे मजा आएगा जो भाई हम अपनी टीम्स को सपोर्ट करेंगे टीम इंडिया को तब बहुत मजा आएगा. अभी तो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स की भी मैच है.
I hate the Paytm के लिए भाई. He didn't quite get. I think you said 4K. He ended up with 3, but nobody was definitely.
Nice मॉली. ये VCT मॉली कल हमारे इसमें भी हो रही थी. Nice bro. अबे यार.
Larocque is still hitting. Larocque is definitely still hitting on this attack side half.
Those are weapons.
चल कैंग बचा है अभी भी. कैंग पे पूरा भरोसा. Nobody. Nice way nobody.
It's a little long on the first, but he's left nobody desperately low. One away from a Hunter's Fury. He'll at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed.
Nice रे.
Chichu's just swung out.
Chichu भाई. GG. हो सकता है हो सकता है हो सकता है हिलाने तक रुक जाओ जो आ रहा है पीछे से आ रहा है पीछे से आ रहा है पीछे से आ रहा है
Look at this from nobody and Chichu. They're backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. LaRock might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce soon as he tries to plant. It seems like LaRock is just... In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's... That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know.
चल nobody को हिल तो दे दिए.
A little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information. Looking to try and wrap background behind them, but nobody's aware. Doesn't quite connect the shots. 14 health.
Oh भाई.
Get rid of another. Leaves it down to 1 versus 1. Him versus
ये नहीं
nobody.
निकल bro यार. छीबे nobody यार निकलना था यार ये राउंड. एक टीम को सपोर्ट करने में मजा आता है गाइस. दोनों टीम को क्या ही सपोर्ट करे बराबर है क्या. जब एक टीम को सपोर्ट करते तो अपने को मतलब मजा आता है कि उस टीम को जीतते हुए देखने में. पर क्या BBL भी जीते तो भी वो भी अपनी टीम है. जॉर्ड भाई हाँ बे कड़क मार ले माहिती का. लॉर्ड भाई जॉर्ड खेल रहे. उसने जो पहले इस पे मारे थे ना शेरिफ पे लॉक ने बहुत मारे थे वो भी मस्त मारा था. कैंग कैंग भाई चल मार दे. मेरी पोजीशन लेके बैठे वो मेरी पोजीशन लेके बैठे. ये कर रही है वो.
Set it for BBL in the last map, and they won't round that flight. Just as dangerous when they have pistols. Say the same thing for EDG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury. Nowhere to run. Right away.
अबे क्या मर रहे भाई मस्त बे.
Up to the Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with and it's
नहीं यार ये बहुत बढ़िया मारते भाई. इसको अल्ट के लिए गंदी है. नाइस बे नाइस अल्ट. बाय वी आर बैक अगेन गाइस वी आर बैक अगेन. सीन हुआ था यार सीन हुआ था. मैच स्टार्ट होने वाली है लगता है. हो गई ये मैच स्टार्ट शायद. गाइस लाइक करो जो भी नहीं वो सब्सक्राइब करो. ये जरा होने दो. भाई
इस बूमिंग क्रिएटर इकोनॉमी में एक हाई पेइंग करियर बनाना चाहता.
ये नुबड़ा अबे बैक क्यों जा रहा है. चलना आगे चलना. ये मेरे खुद की स्ट्रीम देखो क्या. अब EWC बे बस EWC बे. भाई आ तो गए ग्रुप पे. लास्ट मैच है EDG का.
Into the kind of double sentinel hard stop there the BBL had.
Double sentinel लिया भाई double sentinel लिया.
And also think about all the orbs and all the ultimates that we've been seeing. BBL have to be on top of that starting from the deep.
All right, here we go. Decider map of our first series of EWC 2026.
Sunset होने वाला है. Sunset होने वाला है.
EDG both getting one win, but looking to close it on out. To call it, let's send it on over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, D-Gon. Yes, it's time to get our
Sunset,
third
बहुत
and
प्यारा
final
map है.
map underway. BBL
और attacking
and
map है
EDG
मेरे
trading
लिए तो
out each other's maps, and now we're all the way to Sunset, Tom. This will be the end of the series. The ideas that they're bringing, I love what I'm seeing on EDG. Again, very similar, as the desk was saying, to what we had on the last map, but this is a very unique composition when it comes to this map. Over on BBL, a little bit more standard, I guess, with the kind of double sentinel, having that Viper there, quasi. But exactly as I think D-Gon said.
Who?
Double controller लिया बे. Viper
The one who
और
was talking a bit more than he
seems
should be.
nice.
That guy was talking about, and I'm not sure if it's right, but
ठीक है ठंड लग रही
it
है
was
भाई.
hard for
ठंड
this
लग रही है.
defensive side. It was hard for EDG against this defensive side, against, albeit a little bit more of a stopping power comp, and a lot of it was LaRock on the
BBL
deadlock,
भाई.
which they're keeping here, which I'm very happy about after the performance he just had. Let's see if EDG can crack the code. Already picking up the pace towards this B site. All 5 players in main.
Sensor waiting for them on the other side. Net thrown out, but after taking the orb, they have ground to a halt. Of course, with a snake bite down, you don't really have a choice, but there are already multiple players here walling off the cross, but look, he hasn't stopped. He's still rocking around the clock with everything he's got. 3 players, nearly a 4th through the smoke as well. 2 HP remaining.
ऐसे अबे यार ये नेटवर्क का अटक गया बे एस भाई एस नाइस बे नाइस कड़क भाई कड़क बहुत प्यारा मारा है बहुत प्यारा मारा ईडीजी वाले ऐसे कैसे घुस सकते हैं पर यार उनको पता है जब सामने सेंटी है डेडलॉक है डेडलॉक मेन है भाई ये लॉर्ड कैसे चिल्ला रहा है भाई मेरे को भी उतनी खुशी हुई इसका देख के बढ़िया इस मारा है
and then you can spam in. Didn't catch anyone, but it delayed. And as soon as the snake bite fades, LaRock finds everything.
हाँ ऐसा ही खेलना चाहिए ना EDG वालों को
मतलब towards that ultimate in the very early stages of the round.
चारों तरफ खेलना ही चाहिए
for this squad. But the start from EDG is kind of what you'd expect. Slow as they play for the extremity control and fight for those orbs. As Kukuka said, this is a big part of BBL's defense. Will be denying those orbs from finding their way into the hands of EDG when this composition has so many powerful ultimates.
Already seen them manage to do an immense amount of damage with just pistols, so they do have to be careful. However, this time, Lovers Rock, Rose, the Rock even with an extra little bit of spam. He's now 1 away from his ultimate, and Rose is on the climb to get towards his. BBL 2-0 comfortably. And now we wait to see what EDG have got prepared on their attack.
Well, this is definitely where things are set up decently for EDG. They found a few orbs onto sign already. You can see he has 2 deaths, yet 4 orbs, which means he's been finding some around the map in each round. Now you move to the next one. If you can just find those orbs again, or get one and get the kill in the opening, there is an opportunity for that run it back online, post plant or pre. Reminder of
Viper सही है base round में इस मतलब map में
It's not the score right now because we wouldn't be playing anymore.
भाई ये Lovers Rock बढ़िया मार रहे हैं दोनों भी मैच अच्छा खेला है वो जो भी खेला है वो एक बार जेट अच्छा खेला एक बार ये देख रोज भाई क्या यार क्या विप किया बे जल्दी डिसाइड हो जाए बस कौन जीते
Lovers Rock being
तो
set
मैच
up with an
जल्दी हो जाए
operator
फिर
might not
PRX की
necessarily
मैच
be
है
expected in this
वो
round.
मैच देखने में मजा आएगा
Put himself into the corner. That's as easy a kill as Kreven will get all day. However, for Lovers Rock, this becomes a bit more troublesome. His reposition, though, might just be sublime. Oh, the timing not quite working out for him, but he goes out for a little bit more. Kankan with a 4K. Not quite the ace of his opponent just moments ago. But it will still bring them the round no matter what.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, a round is a round for EDG.
भाई ये इतने round हो चुके थे इस मैच के
exactly what we want to see. He said it in the last map. There were moments where he was a little quiet. You think back to the first map. Second half, he was a demon. In the first half, he was
अचानक से मैच आगे हो गई क्या रे तेरा साथ हो गया अचानक से
doing his job. He was helping out in the push. But for him, that's awful. That's dreadful. That's the worst day he's ever going to have. The guy's got such a high ceiling that seeing him anywhere near the floor, and his floor is still bang average. The ceiling is so much higher.
यहाँ पर 0 था
but exactly as I think
we do it backwards. We tell you who's going to win the round and then we show you
अचानक से 13
even though in the last round it was wrong, but you know you can't always get premonitions right. You know, you go to a Mystic Meg and sometimes they'll say, you know,
मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये बस मैच खत्म कर रहे हैं.
Letter of their name being M and then maybe the second being M and you go, no, unfortunately he's still here.
Nice.
You did see where that was going.
Camera quality अच्छी है ना डेविड?
Thanks Mitchell McBride.
कैसी लग रहा है camera quality?
Well, Tom's just bodied me to start out this round. That's fantastic. First pick, first blood, me.
उसको लग रहा है उसने बहुत प्यारा जोक मारा है. अच्छा बहुत प्यारा जोक था. क्या जोक मारा है? मेरे को भी हंसी आ गई.
No one's challenging him.
Kreven आ गया. Kreven भाई बहुत बढ़िया मारता है.
Lockdown. Now moving towards A. These players have lost the second leg of their attack.
चल कंकंग भाई मार दे
The smoke that went down on short for a moment kept that player back, but now we see him walking forward, looking for the battle.
Bro,
Running
जो
out of time. Well,
भाई
so many angles left unclear. One of them is still that backside. They're doing well to fight this back, though. Nobody doing a fantastic job, but there is still the judge in the darkness. Sitting,
भाई ये क्या
waiting,
बैठा था
biding
भाई
his
Lovers
time.
Rock.
Lovers Rock is going to clean things up. A costly round, and there you go. See, I told you.
That's it.
Premonition.
This is the
scene
problem
हुआ था
sometimes,
क्या?
Tom, when I'm
क्या था
rubbing
वो?
your crystal ball.
तेरा
I
साथ क्यों
see
दिखा
the
रहे
future. I
थे?
get visions, of course, but it's like silhouettes in the fog.
Which is better, mine or Clinton?
Lovers Rock बढ़िया बेट किया
I
उसने
haven't.
team
I'll
को.
have to do some more,
बाद में
some
निकल
more
के राउंड
research on
निकला
that.
बढ़िया
Due
अच्छा
diligence.
More groundwork there, and we'll get down to the
गालियाँ दे
nitty-gritty
रहा है
of it
शायद.
a little bit
Loiter
later
is
on.
rapid with the comms.
चलो 3 तो
Definitely
BBL
getting into
जीत
this one, of
चुके हैं.
course.
जल्दी BBL
We know that
जीत
this
जाए.
group's going to be
मजा आ
tough.
जाएगा.
EDG have already shown that you
PRX
give them
matches,
even
yeah.
just a little bit, and they're able to start coming back. And Lovers Rock, he
Nice,
just
eh?
loves to stick around just a little bit too long. Maybe that's what the name actually means, because he loves to be a rock, stay in the same place.
It could be, yeah. I would say it's almost definitely what it means, Tom.
Good.
Where it's come
I'm
from.
glad we're in agreement.
Let's never ask him. Way to go about this. Drone destroyed. They
Corner
haven't seen
check
Larock in that
करने के लिए
close
नहीं
corner.
करा.
Still, Paranoia has gone out, but still they're not pressuring him. He's behind the wall. Now the vision comes back, and he's ready to fight. Finds himself one.
Bro!
In the end, this
क्या मारा है बंदे ने? ये बंदा अलग ही लेवल का मार रहा है भाई.
unbelievable performance all series long, and he's done it again,
Log
man.
भाई,
You just
बढ़िया
can't doubt him. They hit that Paranoia to deal with him, but the Viper Wall gave him enough room to just wait it out.
ये देखो ये देखो और सामने वाला यार सेज क्या कर रहा था यार ओमकार ही लग रहा है मेरे को खड़ा हो गया यार सीधा आके
Most of the stuff he does.
कोई ना यहाँ पर ए पे 2 बंदे जा रहे हैं बी पे 3 बंदे जा रहे हैं देखते क्या ये राउंड स्प्लिट खेल के निकल पाएंगे मिड टू भी करेंगे शायद मिड टू भी करेंगे
in Turkish Valorant. Still
मिड पे सोवा
incredibly
देख रहा है वैसे उनका
young. There is a massive career ahead of a lot. Larock, no doubt.
Ahead of this whole
Kureven
team.
कहाँ जा रहा है
Well, most of them.
Wow, that's just brutal. wow. There was
Hey,
no
Angel
need.
lasted a long time, actually, to be
Yeah,
fair.
there's no need.
Rose can probably go till he's 40.
Rose is like,
अच्छा ए पे जाना
23.
चाहेंगे
Like,
Ancient man.
ये देख ये देख
He's up there with you now.
oh yeah. No,
अबे
they're
यार इनके
definitely the
ड्रोन
same age.
की
I'm not
फाइट
like
चल रही है
8 years older than him.
What you're not knowing at home is Tom did just shed an actual tear.
कंकंग
I've
भाई
just
तो
seen it hit
अल्ट
the
के
table.
साथ हैं
No, that's sweat from the bald head.
भाई इसी ठंड लग रही
Polish it
है
in
क्या
between.
बोलूं मैं
The series.
भाई
hold.
यार
EDG
कंकंग यार मारना
picking up pace
चाहता
towards the
हूँ
B site. Run it back is online. Need to break that wall first, and then Phoenix is going to come sprinting through.
कुरेवन भाई का ये राउंड
Delayed the play though. It's delayed
Nice
them way
victory.
too much. So the guys in market, they get
Nice
isolated,
victory.
dealt with, deleted, and now Sign doesn't stand
Nice,
a chance.
yeah,
The
Rose.
Hunter's Fury
क्या मार है
honed
भाई
in on him. Another round for BBL.
बढ़िया
They
खेल
were
रहे हैं भाई
taking
बढ़िया
so
खेल
much
रही है
damage. I think it was genuinely through their own problems because they put a wall down
यार
to section off the angle they could get caught from. Then they just get absolutely owned by the snakebite, holding them into the corner, and then they start getting
बढ़िया तो
spammed
मारा है
out
बंदे
and
ने
obliterated by Rose. 5-1. This defensive side looking impeccable thus far from the
भाई
side of
नींद आ रही है मेरे
BBL.
को तो
And we're yet to see some of those superstars on the other side really wake up to the table. Chichu was one of the major
उधर
reasons they were able to
100
get
twos
through
वर्सेस
map
RRQ की
number
भी
1
मैच
with
चल
a
रही है
victory. He's yet to get a kill.
और अपने
Remember,
ग्रुप ए की मैचेस
he was missing, and then he was found in a big way.
On map 1.
Have to hope that it's the same story here, and not a more tragic ending. A little bit of damage traded out. This isn't a strong round for EDG, so of course you're going to send your headhunter to try to find some picks. Chichu's got the rifle as well. She said slower game for him, but
क्या हो गया पता नहीं
they clearly still believe after what they saw in the first
ये
map.
बंदे एंगल बहुत प्यारा होल्ड करते हुए
Second.
उस वजह से
The
वो
problem
आ
is they're
खेल
pushing
रहे हैं
in.
वो बात अलग है
Still a minute on the clock, but they have to get past Loida.
भाई
Paranoia is going to buy
Paranoia
time.
जा रहा है
Smokes
जा
are
रहा है जा
online
रहा
as
है
well. That Paranoia was almost way too late. In fact, it was.
गलत
Jenny
हो गया
managed to slip
नाइस
past.
वे रोज
Luckily,
एस है चल
is
एस अरे यार
4 people in A main.
फोर के
Big
तो हो
picks
गया था
across the board, and Chichu
Really?
I really didn't think he'd put the rest through.
भाई चिचू भाई क्या मारा है बंदे ने?
Lovers Rock to 28.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of desperation, but if they can make it work, they can make it work.
बैग देख ले लर्क कर रहा है ये बंदा।
25 seconds of the flank coming through from LaRock. He does go down eventually.
चिचू भाई निकल सकते
Chichu with
हैं।
no friends left to play with. And the cross is definitely not going to be easy. He's got 15 seconds. If they just tuck in the corner and don't just wait for him to plant, there really is nothing he can do from this scenario, and that's exactly what Kraven does.
Nice try,
It is
Chichu.
another
Nice
round
try.
onto the board, a little bit
बंदे ने
shakier
try
in the
किया
middle.
भाई, try
But
किया,
again,
बंदे ने try
we're
किया।
seeing the step up of the IGO. We mentioned it. He has a couple of
क्या
bad
ही
maps,
करे
and then you
अकेला
see
बंदा यार
what this
बोल
man
रहा होगा
can do.
कि क्या करूँ भाई सेज लेके क्या करूँ मैं क्या करूँ
4K. And I believe that, I
बोलने
don't
क्या
know
हम
if it
कर
does or it
जैसे
gets him
क्या
very
करूँ भाई
close. He
सेज
might be on the
लेके
same kills at this point as LaRock.
भाई वो बंदा क्या मार रहा है पर यार
Yeah, there you go. 10 and 3 from Rose. And you look at the first map, even the second.
रोज भी मार रहा है
The
लॉर्ड
guy
भी
was
मार
only
रहा है
killing people
उनके
from
भाई
behind.
दोनों बंदे
He was
मार रहे हैं
struggling even
Lovers
there,
Rock तो
missing
अभी
a lot
मारना
of
start
shots.
भी
Like
नहीं
it looked
किया
messy. And we talk about the value he brings, even
भाई
when that's the
भाई
case.
भाई भाई
Oh, that's brutal. Kankan
Fury.
looked like he was far enough forward. Great sidestep coming through from Loida. And he's made the team P up top. Lovers
सारे
Rock
इधर है भाई,
finding
सारे
one in
इधर है
mid. And
दो
Loida's
बंदे तो बैक स्टेप भी
even
आ सकते
re-smoking
हैं
this. They're not going to expect him
अरे
to be
यार
here. That's not an ideal
नियॉन
fight for
मेरे को
Lovers
लगा था
Rock.
नियॉन की आइडिया नहीं होगी यार
Just gotten the
नियॉन
man
मार
advantage
देगा
back
पर
in the
नियॉन
neutral
थोड़ा सा
territory. B-side certainly looks under threat. Kraven's trapped. He's been taken by the collector.
It's back. Leave it even, but Rose once again strikes LaRock in the corner. They're walking backwards into his angles as
भाई
if he
लॉक
needs the
भाई
help.
बहुत
And
बढ़िया
nobody-
मारता है भाई
Oh, he's got to try and
अच्छा
sidestep,
खेलता
and he
है
will. Plant available, but look how fast the flank is.
चल
I don't
1v2
even think
है
he's
पर
gonna have any
रोज
idea
है
that
भाई
someone
अब
could
जब
be
तक
here
रोज है
so
तब तक
soon. And well, not
भाई
quite the
बोला
cleanest,
था मैं।
but he had so much time to
नहीं
find
होगा
that
यार
kill.
नहीं होगा
7-1 from a very
ये
close
कुछ
first
अलग ही
match
लेवल
that
खेल
could
रहे हैं
have easily
BBL
gone BBL's way
पहली
to
मैच
what is
तो क्या
looking
बढ़िया
like
हुई थी
a
भाई बहुत
dominant finish.
प्यारी मैच हुई थी पहले
7-1
उसके
in the
बाद भी ये
lead,
बहुत
and I'm
प्यारा
yet to
खेलते हैं
really see anything that makes me believe EDG are going to turn this around.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Again, we talked about EDG with the stand-in. That definitely knocks them down a peg. But for BBL,
ये देखो
in my mind, you're looking at the first map slipping away like that. I think it's already over. They bounce back to a relatively dominant map too. Like 13-7 is nothing to turn your nose at, especially not against EDG, especially not on their map pick. And now they come into this one, and it looks like Rose has got some performance enhancements. Like I don't know how he's bounced back this quickly, map to map. Same stage,
भाई
same
वो
setup.
दोनों बंदे
but a
वन
different
साइड
man, it
कैरी कर
seems.
रहे हैं
7-1 now for BBL.
अब तो ये
EDG.
फाइट तो पैक ही होगी
Struggling to get off the
वैसे
starting
भी
point.
बढ़िया खेलता है
I'm
वो
wondering if the next game we see them,
क्रेवन
if they might go back to the comp from the first map. Obviously, that
साइपर
was
तो क्या प्यारा
clearly
खेला
based
था
on just
उसने
it being a stronger map for them, but we're yet to see
First
the
match
signed
में
Phoenix show too much. But also,
मैंने वो
it's
मैच
more
देखी
so
थी
the other
मैं
players.
स्ट्रीम
Like
नहीं कर
Chichu
पाया
was great
उसकी
when playing
पर
Omen,
मैच
has
देखी थी
struggled
और ये स्ट्रीम करते
elsewhere.
करते यार इधर
Gianni as
लाइट भी
well.
चली गई थी
Haven't really seen too much
अलग ही
from
नहीं
him
आ
on the
रही
Omen.
लाइट कब
Maybe
भी
it's what
जाती
will
नहीं
have to
मालूम
happen, and but it seems like speak into existence.
आ रहा है
Chichu's gonna
फिनिक्स आ रहा है
get
फिनिक्स
Lovers Rock.
अबे
Okay,
यार
he has been
मस्त
caught. His
बेसाइन
mid pushes haven't had too much success. A little bit hit and miss.
पता नहीं यार ये
Dead
लवर्स रॉक का थोड़ा सा
EDG
जीजी हो
have
रहा
got it
है
even,
बहुत
Look at the
खतरनाक मर
ultimates
रहे
that
हैं
are
वो
online,
तब से
and they've got to be careful they don't end up walking
भाई
into the rock.
मेरा गला खराब हो चुका है
Finding his way behind A, hoping to catch this player on the right side of mid, but there's no one there. It's a very passive
बीमार
play
गिरने
from
वाला हूँ
Rock,
मैं
the
ऐसा लग रहा है
sensor.
मेरे को
They could have walked past it, but they didn't want to risk taking a fight with it online. But it does give the indication that maybe there's a bit of trouble brewing
भाई
for Loida. So he goes running up, takes that space, and now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to
EDG
being
ने स्पेस तो
surrounded
ले
like
चुका है
that.
भाई EDG स्पेस
Now
ले
they
चुकी
can
है पर
pincer
क्या
from
होल्ड
both
हो
sides
पाएगा
on the retake.
3v4 है
That's very
डुएबल तो है अभी भी देखते हैं
And
पर
he's
यार
just
ये
a-
अल्ट
have it
लेके
primed
लॉर्क
and
भाई
ready. Oh, it's not pretty. He's caught the ult. That's not ideal. I like that from nobody. He's even going to break it free. But
भाई
instead, no lighter strikes. It's
मेरे
a
को एक नहीं
quick,
समझ आ रहा है
well,
अगर इनका
doubles
एक बंदा
technically.
यहाँ पर मरा था देखो
But it's more
देखो
so
यहाँ
just the
पर एक
impact
बंदे
that it
इनका
has.
मरा है कैंग
Another
कैंग तो
resurgence
ये लोग
around the
बैक
block like
क्यों
it
ऐसा
could've gone
छोड़
the
दिया
way of
बैक पे
EDG,
कोई
and
भी नहीं
instead
था
they
बैक
survived
क्यों नहीं
with
देखा इन
3
लोगों ने
players.
वो नहीं समझ रहा है मेरे को
That looked like a really good idea from EDG.
ये देखो
The
ये वाला
openings
यहाँ
were
पर मारा
there.
था उसके बाद एक भी बंदा उधर देख ही नहीं रहा, सबने इग्नोर कर दिया। और फिनिक्स की अल्ट अगर उसने उठाई है तो ठीक है। और ये बंदा कब यहाँ पर आया मालूम क्या? ये बंदा है ना पूरा घूम के अंदर से घूम के यहाँ पर आया है, पूरा ऐसा जाके ऐसा इधर से इधर आया और इसने यहाँ पर 3 किल लेके गया, 2 किल लेके गया। बहुत यार, बहुत
I'm going to scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing.
ओमकार जैसे खेले यार, बहुत ओमकार जैसे
It
खेले।
was possible, but not like this on a third map as well. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but EDG need to
वैसे कौन देख रहा है भाई? कौन देख रहा है?
extremely quickly because they are slipping and it's a long way down.
Denied by the early utility once again. Weaponry is
One
not
side
great
लेके
in
जाने
this
वाली
round.
क्या
They have some
BBL?
rifles to play with. They've found some space for
कैंग भाई
Kankan
चलो
in
मार
mid,
दो।
and the Rock playing on the edge of the smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke.
Trade
They
नहीं
still
लिया
need
भाई,
to
trade
clear
नहीं
him.
लिया।
Surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out.
भाई
A
ट्रेड
second
नहीं लिया और
kill
ये
in a
क्या
spot that looked like a
ओमकार
death
जैसा
sentence.
गन
And now
बदल
the
रहा है।
operator honed in on the angle.
ओमकार
Gianni
जैसा खेल रहा
with
है
a
ओमकार से।
1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance.
Nice
BBL
way, BBL.
continue their run. And it's looking
बढ़िया
like it's
बढ़िया
going to
खेल
go
रहे,
all the way
बढ़िया
to
खेल
the
रहे,
finish
डिजर्व
line.
कर रहे।
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL.
मेरे को तो
Rose has
समझ
entered
नहीं
another
रहा
gear, even
ये
with LaRock
क्या
showing
कर
up.
रहे हैं EDG
He's
वाले।
still just one behind
पर
him.
ठीक है चलो।
And for EDG, everyone's
यार।
gone missing.
एक
Chichu
टीम
is
जीतेगी,
putting
एक
out
टीम हारेगी,
belters,
वही तो
4Ks,
सीन है।
everything you want.
पर यार
Kankan's had
जो
more than a
लॉक
few
खेल रहा है
rounds
भाई,
where
जो
he was
रोज खेल रहा है,
dominating.
बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं भाई दोनों भी बंदे।
And yet,
वन साइड
this
जिता रहे
attack
अपनी
side
टीम
has
को,
been
वन साइड
quiet.
जिता रहे।
he
ये
was
देखो
hopeful
भाई,
as it
ये
was about the
देखो,
comp. They've lost
ये देखो रोज भाई
through
एक
the
किल ले
wall.
लिया।
And there's no stopping
रोज
BBL.
भाई।
The push continues.
भाई ये देखो
And
लॉक और
pushing
रोज
up to 10.
अलग ही
That
मार
round's
रहे जा
about
रहे,
15
अलग ही मारे जा
seconds.
रहे।
That was
इजी
one
पे
of the
इजी
fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was
इजी
just a
इजी मैच होने वाली
full-all-in
इनके
fight.
लिए।
And they dominate it. The initial from Loiter, and then they just continue their aggression. And this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays, and they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row.
लगता है होप
looking
छोड़
for an
दिए मालूम क्या?
11-1
EDG वालों ने होप ही
defensive
छोड़
side
दिए
half,
कि वो
and
यहाँ से भी कमबैक कर सकते।
unfortunately, it feels like
तो ये
EDG
बस
might have
घुसे जा रहे हैं
used
मालूम,
all that
बस
energy in
रश
map
कर
number
रहे हैं।
1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG. A desperate attempt to open the round. Blind fire. Nothing found. And the
ये
judge
देखो।
is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen two. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play, and they'll find themselves
भाई
more
रोज
than
ने
a few.
क्या
A
cover दिया था?
3
दो बंदे
versus
लेके
2.
गए रोज
After
वापस।
that initial fight, the ult at least sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
At least know
2v3
he's
है।
behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up. The join, Lovers Rock. Ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk.
अल्ट मारा
Know
लवर स्टॉक
exactly
ने,
where their opponents
पर
are.
यूज
and
नहीं किया, पता नहीं क्यों।
even
लगता है
just
सोच रहा है
trying
कि
to try
बस
and clear some of
आराम
these
से
closer
आऊंगा
angles. The
और
problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end
Nice.
it is utter domination.
Nice, bro,
a
nice.
singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
दो मैच जीत के
Hard to
जल्दी
really
से
believe
खत्म हो जाए और
the series
PRX
we've
मैच
had
स्टार्ट
so
हो जाए।
far.
मजा
For
आ गया।
BBL Ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed
ठंड
like a
लग रही है भाई,
mistake. You're
बहुत
coming up
ठंड लग
against
रही
the
है मेरे को।
Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is
बढ़िया
so
मार रहा
annoying
भाई
towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose, LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance. Got players popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think we've had a load of paranoia assists. Flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most kills Kreven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later lurks, even though we have seen aggressive rounds at times, they can walk into Conquer's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic. And yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. 11-1. Rock 17 and 5. Rose more importantly 16 and 4.
Well, look at Lloyd. 12, 5, and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round. It will be EDG having to force... Well, I guess even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Watch your eyes.
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Con now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence, not quite there to stick around, and as Rose takes one, sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight. As you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plant can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone. And guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already, though, it's being watched, waited for. The X1 goes his way as well. A chance for the stand.
Bro! क्या मारा है भाई? क्या मारा है भाई? बढ़िया बे.
The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3
क्या मारा है भाई? क्या
and
मारा
gets
है?
EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed. The super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. Yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, for Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that.
पर मेरे को लगता नहीं कि इतना बड़ा कमबैक भी हो सकता है. देखते हैं यार. अगर चला गया ना OT पे भी मैच बढ़िया मजा आएगा.
The smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically,
Deploying drone.
Gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a
they want
lead
to come back.
A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Sign.
Up the one, they're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own. Lovers Rock and Kreven, the ones to come out ahead. The pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A side. Gonna be a crunch.
3v3 है, win हो सकते हैं.
And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but they know it's a possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Gianni's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they did.
They need many more as this game goes on, if it goes on. Feels like a matter of time.
So
BBL, and look at how much they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG
मुझे
to
ये
struggle this
पता
much,
नहीं
to
कि
be
मैं
down
देखो मैं
by this
वैलो
much.
की भी
We
स्ट्रीम
don't just
कर
need to
लूंगा
see them
फ्री
win up
फायर की
against this
कैसे
full
करूँ
buy, where, by the way,
मेरे
they're
को
coming
कुछ आता ही
in
नहीं
with a lot of disadvantages.
सनी
You want to see
सस्पेनिंग
them
शुक्ला ना हो सर
dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next.
Valo
And ult
PUBG
online
Free
here
Fire
and now,
kar
though,
sakte hain.
4 signed. The problem is looking at the map. It seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
I'll at least get the heal. Armini gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but
भाई
look like they're going to try
मैं
and
पबजी
split
के
back.
टाइम पर मैं
towards
पहले
this B side
छुट्टी डाल
again. It's
दूंगा
being
2-3
watched by
दिन
Gianni, and
गावल जायचं सांग
Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn
EDG
and pop
comeback
that
karna
ultimate,
hai.
run back through,
2v4
lead the
hai.
charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12
Kreven भाई
feels
बहुत
like a
बड़े
death
मारते
sentence.
हैं
And
The problem here, Thomas,
यहाँ
that,
से तो नहीं होगा
I
अभी
agree with you entirely.
चीचू भाई
Like,
क्या
I
ही
could
कर
have seen a
सकते
world where
हैं
they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it.
अकेले बच्चे
But
हैं
when you call the save,
so
you can't go looking
हम
for
बोल
picks.
सकते हैं कि BBL यहाँ से ये मैच जीत सकते हैं
now? Oh, they've got a little
Easy.
less money.
क्योंकि अभी
They can buy
यहाँ
so
से
many
कमबैक
times.
करना एक मतलब
Why
मिरेकल ही
would
हो
you do
सकता है
that?
इनके लिए
Anyways,
अभी
that's a big mistake, and EDG
Miracle
now
ही
have
है।
one rifle carried forward
कैसे ही
for a round
कमबैक
they didn't even
करेंगे
try to win. That's tough.
बहुत बड़ा कमबैक करना पड़ेगा इन लोगों को अगर यहाँ से जितना होगा तो
Stand-in has an ult and a rifle.
मतलब समझो
Kankan, I think, will
9
be
राउंड
forced to
लगातार
play
जितने पड़ेंगे
just a
9
headhunter into
राउंड
this round, and
कैसे होगा कमबैक
the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG. And well, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a good upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a later trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
Worst part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle.
अरे गन अपग्रेड
So
क्यों
we
नहीं
go
की इसने
for V4 for BBL.
गाइस लाइक
Most of
करो
the
जो
rounds
भी
that
नहीं
they've
वो
done
सब्सक्राइब
extremely well
करो
in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like
Nah,
that.
nah,
Rose the
nah,
one to
nah,
do it
nah,
this
nah.
time. He's
Nobody.
caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other
Sorry.
side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be set crouched
इनको
on that
पुश क्यों
corner.
करना है पर पुश
That is
क्यों
a
करना है
scummy
क्यों आ
play.
गया
The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's
Bro.
the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Gianni is all that remains.
Okay.
He's just seen a player die on the other
So,
side, and because
BBL
of that, he's
जीतने
going
वाली
to start
मैच
rotating
GG
towards the B side.
1v3 तो ना हो
As
रहा
of
है
right
भाई
now, Spike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's one for free.
नहीं,
That at least
अभी
gives
भी-
him the
अभी
knowledge.
बोल नहीं
That's
सकते।
a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 to maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down. With 2 players waiting on the other side, with traps set ahead of him, he's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually
Nah, bro,
Larocque
let's
is
go.
waiting.
Now
13
PRX.
to
Yes,
3,
yes, yes,
a
अभी PRX
dominant
होगी।
final map for BBL. and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going to Ascent, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for BBL to win.
Nice,
when they took it
BBL, nice.
dominantly, I didn't even think that that would carry over to this map because we're leaving Ascent, we're going to Sunset, we're going to Comfort for the old EDG, and now they were decimated. BBL warming up into this series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right?
ये कौन सी चल रही है? ये भी तो एक चल रही है ना? ये तो इसका चल रहा है। तो खुद को नहीं चल रहा है कुछ। अपन ये वाला ए पे देखते हैं।
One victory for BBL. Welcome back, Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And this third map was a shellacking. It was.
Potentially so, honestly, but it depends on some of the other maps. We do have a little bit of a change up from RRQ, though. They are not playing the KO Harbor anymore. They will stick to what they played on Ascent. However, I'm wondering if they updated the agents from last game.
I think that
Those are the
might
comps from
not
last
be
game?
real.
That's
That's my guess. It's from last game. It's a little hangover. We're just going to replace those graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm going to need a Bloody Mary right now.
I was going to say, there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map.
वही चल रहे 100 kills वाली। अभी ए पे स्टार्ट होगी maybe.
And it's over before it even began for me with
PRX
I would say
versus
rock solid, you know, lovers rock solid. How about La Rock Solid?
Redile.
I mean, that was you, man.
I kind of like that last one.
Yeah, you know, La Rock Solid.
I kind of like that one, but I think that for BBL, for LaRock, for Lovers Rock, for all of them, even for Lota, the aggressive positions that we were taking, Morgan, you were speaking about disrespecting, not having fear against the opponent or the names that you see on the other side, and that's what we got from the entirety of the match, and this is the BBL that I want to keep seeing for the rest of the tournament. Let's make it the final grand final.
ये अपना मेजी लग रहा है, देखना मेजी लग रहा है।
Sorry, I'm the Lulu.
Well, we'll be back to discussing here. Standing by right now is Jenny with one of the members of BBL.
Disband? Yes.
And I'm joined with Rose. Congratulations. That was a 13-3, by the way. A bit of a rough start, but all in all, you guys should be very proud of yourselves. Could you talk us through being able to grab back that momentum after?
Bro, RRQ versus 100 Tuesday. ये देख.
All of a sudden, Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him. And Vora gonna get that final pick onto Crazy Guy.
और ये मैं नहीं कर सकता हूँ शायद. या कर सकता हूँ पता नहीं. पर अपन यही करते हैं ना. छोड़ना अभी होगी मैच.
Like what we lost. After that, we just did a good talk each other. I went like in the.
रोज भाई बढ़िया खेल रहे. ये देख मैं बोला था ना.
I mean like. Talking to myself, like I have to be like more chill.
Discord.
You know? I was just thinking about the map, like on the game plan too much, and it wasn't good for them.
It was
like
good
they are
for
just
them.
shooting very well, and I have to shoot very well also like them, because I just need to give some like reaction. What are they doing on the map? And like that's it. I think like when I'm back, I've got the like momentum.
You did. You get the momentum. You close it out. And although you're being a little harsh on yourself, I want to highlight that this is the second time we're seeing you guys on our international stage this year, but the first time we're seeing you going up against EDG. How has that been like for you? What's the prep been like as well?
I mean like every region has a.
Maybe यार receiver नहीं बसला पाहिजे.
Different game styles to be honest, and like they are just shooting very well, and like if you are playing against him, you must win against him. Like you need to shoot like you need to be focused like for your aim, not like only your brain. You know, like except me, like me also, because I'm the IGL. But I think we did
Guys,
it today. Like we did our best. They are a good opponent about that. Like I think they're just shooting very well, very well.
Yeah.
And as I said, if you want to win against them, you must shoot better than them. Sorry.
Wish you did, because you were able to close it out. But I feel like hearing you as that Turkish team talking about gunpowder and just being able to take these fights mechanically and individually, what do you think allows them to?
ही चिती 100 Qs.
I think it's about the blood, you know, like from us. I mean, like I have a.
The op online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. Something to think about, actually.
My arms and the main for the team, you know.
B वरती का?
B. Wait, let me play.
अरे हा पण करते हैं. जिट्टू भाई.
Thieves. Slow start for RRQ, like you said, 100 Thieves, understanding, adapting. Not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left. And RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there and pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang, he's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. He's just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird exits going here.
Yep, see what he's able to fashion for himself. Nicely timed peek from Jemkin denies any chance.
For those crazy plays, when they are working, you are unstoppable.
Like, they're young players. I do think when momentum goes in their favor, they can really start to snowball. That's when you see them start to stand up, really give it their all there. So I think the fact that they were able to get the ball rolling so early, Rose is able to bounce himself back mentally. The boys help him with that. That's exactly the formula that BBL need to follow to go deep.
Perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier.
यार रुको guys, हम आते यार.
for RRQ to path their way into B.
समोर कसं ठेवणार भाई, समोर ठेवायला जागा नाही. भाई तुला सांगतो, हे एवढं खतरनाक आहे ना ते, डोळ्यांना एवढा त्रास होतोय ना, त्यापेक्षा नाही केलेलं बरं भाई. ते काही रिंग लाईट नाही भाई, बंद कर. हा भाई डोळ्यांना त्रास होतोय. नाही घेतलं ना ते परवडल मला. रिंग लाईट नाही ती, पण ते एवढं हिट झालंय ना भाई, काय बोलू भाई. फोकस आहे भाई तो. काय करू, ही स्ट्रीम बंद करून नवीन स्ट्रीम ओपन करू का EWC ची? बोल पटकन. अच्छा आ जाएगा अभी PRX का मैच, चलेगा. गाइज लाइक करो, जो भी नए हो सब्सक्राइब हो. मैं बस मोबाइल चार्ज पे लगता है. रिंग लाइट नहीं भाई, रिंग लाइट होती ना तो अलग बात रहती है. रिंग लाइट नहीं है यहाँ पर पे. OG वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर, या ब्रो, या आई एम द OG ब्रो. ओरेंगटॉन. by EWC. क्या ही करे ना, स्टार्ट होने वाली. बस ऐसा ही गेम प्ले मेरा भी है, बस आप लोगों को दिखता नहीं. कैमरा एंगल नहीं समझ रहा मेरे को, बस सही है ना कैमरा एंगल तो. अरे वेबकैम वैसे भी ना कभी काम ही आ जाएगा. इसका वैसा मतलब दिक्कत नहीं. रुक ये देख. स्मूथ है भाई, स्मूथ है एकदम, बढ़िया है ना.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. I'm host Chris Bucket alongside two beautiful casters. The first comes from New Zealand, the other one next door neighbor in Australia. We've got the fantastic dynamic duo. There it is. It's Avril alongside Pilski.
What's up?
Avril, you have been buzzing all day. When everyone's energy was dropping low, you were there to bring us back up. Why have you been so excited about this match since you woke up today?
First of all, I'm very caffeinated. Second of all, guys, I mean, this is a
मेरे को तो पूरा टेबल के लिए चाहिए था भाई, ये पूरा टेबल पे चाहिए था.
probably
बढ़िया भाई,
match of the day
Spider-Man
for the entire opening round.
हो गया मेरा
There's no better
गला
than
खराब
this.
हो गया
Yeah,
कैसे
totally
करूं
agree. Honestly, we saw them both
Sorry.
play each other in Santiago earlier in the year. It went one apiece. PRX knocked them out of the tournament, very deep into the tournament, and then went into the grand finals over there. So, I mean, not quite a grand final. I agree with you. It definitely could be a grand final, but a lower final nonetheless. And these are two of the very finest teams for their regions.
And we got adjusted groups. Now, reminder, 2 teams are going to move out of every group. You need 2 wins to do so. 100 teams were able to do it. We saw over on the other stage, it was BBL taking it in our opening round. 2 new winners here in our second set of matches. And I got to get your opening thoughts. Pilsky, who is the leader in this match when it comes to the predictions? Do you think PRX has a big lead?
Yeah. I think so, especially fan base wide. They've been so consistent at internationals. NRG have been making it to the internationals at least, but unfortunately just not making it as deep, even though, as we all saw at the end of last year over at Champs, the core of this squad at least very good enough, very much good enough to be able to win the very biggest events in Valorant. So we'll see how good their form is coming here into the Esports World Cup 2026. I think that starts right from the get-go. They don't have any easy game to start things out. They are playing a world beater right out of the gate.
So PRX, of course, are our Pacific champions from Stage 1. Over on the other side, we've got NRG, who are the top team to come out of America's qualifiers. But first, let's take a look at the boys rocking the blue and pink. PRX, Silver Surfers this year, yet to lift the trophy. Can they get it done at EWC? If so, it'll come with a $600,000 paycheck. If you're looking for stars on this squad, who do your eyes go to first, Pilsky?
Everyone. Literally every player.
One. Simplify it for the new guy.
I could take something here. I mean, he's been phenomenal. We are in a jet meta as well, so he is really just running around doing a lot of damage. Jing if you get a raise map, but I think something is the player that really does kind of tantalize the viewer.
And now we can take a look at a ferocious squad rocking the black tee of comfort. This squad doesn't need a jersey to make a statement. Are you going with the mullet man? Mullet man number 2. Who is your star to watch on the squad?
There's many mullets on this team. No, I think Brock still is a guy that you have to look out for. Guy is known for the Odin, kind of pioneering that. Ethan as well, former world champion and double actually now. NRG, and I think this is a team led by Ethan that really wants to get back in that form. They've had some good results this year. A couple of third places. You talk about PRX maybe being the bright second place slot. Well, NRG have that third place too many times for them. They're looking to get back number 1.
No bronzes. They want gold here as well. Of course, both are hoping just to survive the group. If you can win today, that is a huge step forward, knowing the rest of the competition statistically should be easier. Let's take a look, though, at how they should face off here in the best of 3. Last time around, it was in Santiago. That was months ago. So do we have new maps in this map pool that you can expect either team to maybe pull from?
Yeah, I think Pearl was a really important map for NRG, and that's gone.
Pearl होने वाला है
NRG
NRG के लिए important map है.
As a map that I think PRX otherwise probably wouldn't have wanted to play very often. And the fact that we've sort of moved away from that, Sunset being added back in is a bit of an unknown. Obviously, a map that was really famously played by PRX last year as well when they sort of won in Toronto. So looking forward to see how that all sort of shapes out.
Pilsky, what about the strengths?
The strengths?
Yeah, what maps could they really just flex like we just saw 100 Thieves do?
I don't think necessarily that, like, both of these teams are so strong that I don't think it's going to be like a slam dunk veto for either of them. And I think both of them have a history playing Sunset with that map coming back into the pool. PRX are famous for playing that wonky comp with the Sage Gecko on that map. They played it many times.
Geckos could be back in the lobby tonight?
Maybe. We'll see. Because PRX, especially lately, have been the kind of team that's like, I'm not going to change my comp too much, or especially when they haven't had time to prep, they'll just run the same comp. We saw that over on Ascent. For NRG, they did also love to play the Sunset back in the day. I think that was the 5th and final map of the Champs Grand Final that they won. It was very impressive to watch them do so. So I think both of these teams know their way around Sunset. They'd be happy to probably take it there. But I'd imagine a bit of a handshake veto will be going down here. I really wouldn't be surprised to see like a map that's super strong for one team or the other, really.
I would like to see बड़े स्ट्रीमरों की स्ट्रीम देखेगा तो थोड़ी ना हमारे देखेगा
यही तो प्रॉब्लम है इंडिया में जो बड़े उनकी स्ट्रीम देख जाती हम क्या हम वॉच पार्टी करेंगे
अकेले early 1-0 in the BO3. See where we go from there.
Do you guys feel like giants on this desk? I feel like really big right
बराबर है भाई हाँ ना भाई
Having a great time.
Gonna be big for a big match.
Yeah,
I think.
I just looked behind us, and we've brought in the biggest of our referee bouncers. We have up to 6 referees on the stage right now, and the engineer in charge of the PCs. Everything's looking ready to go. We're just making sure the players are comfortable, and then we'll begin this match. But I just wanted to take a moment and kind of reflect where we're at. This is a brand new building. They are building around us as we are in week 0. We haven't even kicked off the EWC. And shout out to the people behind the scenes who decided this year we're not only going to add $750,000 to the prize pool, we're also going to make sure everything is a best of 3. This is a treat for the fans. You guys are about to be showing it, and the question I have is, who is going to be the flashiest? Like, if I'm new to Valorant and I'm about to watch the best players, what do I need to be looking out for, Pilsky?
PayPRX. If you talk about flashiness, that's PayPRX in a nutshell. If you want to talk about what this matchup is, this is the flashy, like, aggressive team versus the team that likes to think a lot, likes to make a lot of decisions, likes to kind of play the macro and things like that. So
we hate
क्या हो गया
NRG,
संकेत
we
भाई
love
क्या हो गया
PRX if you're ADHD.
I mean, I'm from Pacific
आजा
Americas. I think that's about as simple as it gets.
Okay.
I mean, PayPRX, Pilsky wasn't wrong when he said earlier, who's the best on PayPRX? Who's the one to look out for? All of them. Every single player on this roster has been absolute lights out. But I think NRG have a lot to show here as well. Again, former world champs, something PayPRX is still chasing. PayPRX themselves been second a number of times. NRG have done it already. They're trying to climb back into that one. And I still have pretty high expectations for this team. We're in the post-SOM era of NRG now as well. So trying to navigate what this team looks like with Kiko. I mean, you could say similar things about PayPRX having him coming in over Batman. So both players making some roster adjustments compared to where we had them last year. PayPRX obviously had a much better result at EWC than NRG. And that NRG that we got in 2025 EWC was kind of like the first version of this newly formed
guys like करो guys जो भी नया हो subscribe करो
at the end of that year.
इस वजह से बिंग की स्ट्रीम देखने जा रहा है
noticed the team photographers are still out there. Is that good news for the chat? No, it is not. Why? The referees made sure that the stage has to be clear before all the players can begin. As long as you see a photographer out there, Pilsky, we're not anywhere close to this map kicking off here. So can you give me a little bit of history? I know you've been in the sport for about 10 years. Have you ever had a crane over your camera?
I have not. This is new stuff for me.
He's 22 feet in the air.
Honestly,
I want to give him a camera.
To hear it. You might be to hear it as well.
I feel like I want to be in a cherry picker casting the game in like a coliseum or something like that, down to the people, like maybe from a balcony in like a theatrical kind of thing. That would be peak.
Would you want like the whole crowd to jump and like your cherry pickers bouncing along
something
with that?
The whole crowd to jump.
और 4 सेकंड मुझे पता है
ठीक है
बाकी मेरे को कुछ पता नहीं something and 4 सेकंड पता है
Let's just combine them. Let's get them to do halftime. Lots of options for us here in Paris. Everyone wants to come through.
और 4 सेकंड तो ऐसे यार कौन नहीं जानता 4 सेकंड को समथिंग को कौन नहीं जानता समथिंग तो क्या बढ़िया खेलता है भाई 4 सेकंड भी बढ़िया मारता है भाई
This is the furthest I've
जो
come
4 सेकंड
for you as well. I mean, we come from the opposite side of the planet, literally. So this is about as far as
अरे
you
वो
go.
दवाई है दवाई
To the UK. So enjoying Paris just in general for me so far, but that's been nice.
Pilsky, I heard you brought your partner out here. We're making it a family affair. What are we thinking about Paris? We loving the city a lot?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, but I'm here for business. I stand on business pocket.
अबे Discord आ सकते हो यार
So I'm not
Discord
even
पर बैठ
thinking about
सकते
that
हैं
right
शायद
now. Full focus.
Who do you
on
want
this.
to chat about over there? Because he's staring you down. I got eyes on you, young man.
Okay. Envy.
Envy भाई भी है
He's having a good time. He's having a good time.
We're all vibing.
बस अभी मैच स्टार्ट ही होने वाला है गाइस स्टे ट्यून
You just gotta smile at
You just
people.
make eyes across
बराबर
Me hanging out later.
Okay.
Esports, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta keep the relationships for a long time. Photographers have been pushed out of the main
फोटो निकालो भाई फोटो निकालो ऐसे फोटो
the
निकालो
exit. That is another good sign that this match will be beginning soon. When it does, what do you want to talk about for our opening round? Who is Team A? Who is going to get the advantage of picking our first map?
That's a great question. I'll have a little bit of a look at the video
we're gonna
here.
check that one real quick.
Usually would be.
I know we
have a
throw
little bit of a
softball
look down
questions.
the-
I asked you about Paris. You didn't want to talk about food, so we're going to talk a
ये
little
angle
about
कैसा है
the
भैया
game.
angle
Who's this Team A? Who's this?
We're eating good right now, Puck. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a
नहीं,
veto
अच्छा।
graphic, but the team that did get to pick the first map was PayPRX.
ये कैसा
I
है,
think
ये
that's
कैसा है,
great.
ये कैसा
I mean, they could kind of set the tone in the series. I don't want to spoil the veto. I'm not sure if we have the graphic or not, and we could talk about it at some point. But
I will have no idea for you either. Sorry.
I don't know how.
ये angle
and then NRG's got to pick up map after that. That's how vetoes work, Pocket.
True.
Just for the layman, you know, I know that I need to kind of, you know, explain things out.
How does it work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
I've never heard anyone give the play-by-play of like the stage movements. I honestly applaud you for that. That's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things. And what do you see? What do you not see?
People be moving off.
What do you not
perhaps?
see? No clacking. No flashing. We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that veto graphic might come up.
It might come up.
And we might also see the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen. We've got some
if we get Sunset, it'll be seen. I'd be surprised if we got Sunset, though. I think both of these teams, it's a low-risk kind of veto. We're very early on in the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each other for quite a while, even though there's a little bit of a rivalry and a matchup there. That's mostly gone the way of PRX, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake veto. I'd expect 3 maps. If we get the graphic, or if we don't, maybe I should just say what it is now. All right. So Banning Haven, NRG's band Split, and then we're going to go Fracture, Lotus, and so you said you wanted to see
That's the thing.
Fracture.
Yeah, I think there's no surprise there, right? You have the Fracture coming out straight away. That was one of their best maps coming when we looked at them as well. Live on that one. Split being taken out was probably no surprise. I think NRG have not been the biggest fans of that one. It's been one of their bands, I guess. So looking at now, we actually legitimately have the graphics.
Yes, shout out to production. We've got the bans in. So the first one was Haven, removing the 3-lane fun zone. We've got bans on Split, and now you got the picks. So Fracture was one you wanted to see, Avril. You mentioned why. Who's your player to watch, or what gets you excited about this?
I just think this was a dominant map from PRX, and I think they pick it straight out of confidence. They want to get start, get that 1-0 locked in.
Lotus for us here on Stream B. How do we feel about this map for NRG?
I feel good about it. I think at the same time, though, PRX are very famous for their Lotus. It's a map that they play quite a lot for the last little bit. I think the same can be said for NRG on Fracture as well. I don't think that they're necessarily poor on this map by any stretch of the imagination, and most of the games that they lose are very, very close games. So I think with that and brightness, as I said before, either one of these teams has necessarily got a massive advantage in the veto. PRX has been up and down on Breeze. They've been inconsistent on the map, but if they decide to turn it on here, then they should have a pretty good day at the office.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously, that was probably one we expected them to win a little bit more handily in the grand finals, but Nick got pushed a little bit from Lev. But I think overall, I mean, you kind of call it, this is a veto that does look like a pretty standard one for the teams. Everyone's should be pretty happy with it.
I think so. I think both of these teams are going to be relatively happy with the veto. I think it's just going to be a low-risk veto in a best of 3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each other stylistically very, very well at this point. So I think it's good to just have kind of a clean, fair 3 maps to see who's going to be the deserving victor in this best of 3 and move on to this qualification game.
Would you be willing to put on a wager for your region that PRX will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett,
high angle बरोबर है ना?
I have to come in here tomorrow and Americans have beaten the Pacific 2 series in a row, and I've had to live through that. That will be very sad.
I don't know if you knew this, but it's a pretty good year for USA.
You guys say that every year.
Doing all right in the US, in the World Cup. We're looking alive in a lot of other sports potentially coming August.
You know the only team alive from Asia Pacific in the World Cup?
No.
Australia. Yep.
Let's go.
All champions or potential champions still here at the desk. How about our friends on the stage? Not ready. Let's keep chatting about football. So this has been... We're going to go to the ads, guys. We're going to take a short break, figure out what is going down with our Fifth Man's PC. Once that is up and running, I promise you, we're kicking off this match. I can't wait for its PRX taking on your favorite friends, NRG. We'll be right back.
कब होगी भाई मैं स्टार्ट नहीं रे मैं छोटा करूँ का छोटा करूँ
DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our
मग कुठं जाणार आहे EWC माझ्या डोक्याच्या वरच जाणार आहे ना.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
EWC तर माझ्या डोक्याच्या वरच जाणार आहे ना, बाकी साईडला थोडी जाणार आहे.
My name is Peter Parker. I was bitten by a radio.
EWC खाली ना है. EWC आहे तिथंच आहे. EWC कसं खाली जाणार? सबका वही है ब्रो, सबका वही है. वो एक ही पैक दिया हम सबको गेम वालों ने. ठीक है, ये ऐड म्यूट कर देते हैं, कोई ना. अच्छा कॉपीराइट आए. अपन तो वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं ना, अपने को ये शायद नहीं देखना चाहिए ऐड. बराबर है तेरा ये तो बराबर तेरी बातें. पर यार मेरे को पानी पीना रहता है, तो कैसे पानी पीऊंगा अब मैं? तेरी बातें ना समझसी. EWC ने तुला लिंक दिली असेल ना वॉच पार्टीची स्ट्रीमची, त्यावर ऍड कशी आली? नाही ऍड देख. यहाँ स्पॉन्सर तो देखने पड़ेंगे ना उनके.
The biggest event in esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here in week 0.
अबे इधर से वॉच पार्टी करते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं कि उस पे ऐड नहीं आएगी. भाई उन ऐड के उनको पैसे मिल रहे हैं. स्पॉन्सर है ना वो EWC वाले.
PRX on the other side, one of America's favorites, NRG, the top team to come out of the America's qualifier, has already taken the stage. We have two fantastic casters for this one. We got Pilsky alongside Avril. Avril, they just brought us some fans out. We are nice and comfortable. We're ready to rock. It looks like all the players are at their desk with the coaches ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, fantastic. And do note fans, we're talking about the actual like, fans blown here. We'll get the real fans in, the crowd.
रुक तो एक मिनट, डिस्प्ले कैप्चर बंद करने दे. भाई नहीं दिए भाई, कुछ नहीं दिया उन्होंने ऐसा. नहीं है, 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 ऐसा कुछ नहीं दिया ब्रो मेरे को. कॅमेरा लेफ्ट वर्सेस राईट एनर्जी PRX 17:50 ला मॅच होती ब्रो, अजून चालू आहे. जी भाई
एक वीडियो में ऐसे इफेक्ट्स कैसे ऐड करते हैं?
नहीं दे रहे. वो नहीं दिखा सकता ना, वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल है, वो नहीं दिखा सकता.
Too far from what they've already kind of shown so far. Fade versus Sky into the mix there as well. One of the few maps you're going to end up seeing something move over to the Brimstone from his usual jet position, which I'm sure for the rest of the BO3 he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the lanes, probably one of the few players that you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it. A few of those over in Americas. One in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tight game versus whereas PaperX. This is a true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far. On Arcade. First up will be Jane. Beautiful shot on the Kiko and a follow-up from Divai as well. It's got pretty well for PRX, you would say. Jing does trade his own life. Yeah. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, something contact their way upstairs. Out comes the guarding light from Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there for something. Just no opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Yep. Tapping away with the Bandit. Bro. See if he can farm himself up at Neural Theft, but Invi will put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from PaperX. Tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable.
कुछ बोल नहीं सकते भाई एनर्जी भी अच्छी टीम है स्कूबा वगैरह बहुत बढ़िया खेलते हैं
last EWC but in terms of the Masters so far this year 2 second places NRG themselves really competitive from North America
यार वो शेरिफ देख के मेरे को मेरे आईडी किया था
EWC I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time if not taking it all the way
too easy
Soniko here for NRG looking to work towards Dish PaperX on the other side of things have taken a main control Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the turret has got Dish on lock.
पूरी की पूरी बैक पे आ रही है पूरी बैक पे आ रही है ड्रॉप से आएंगे
waiting to explode here for NRG
पर शायद उनको पता नहीं
stalled out by some utility coming through from Divide
अरे 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 मरा 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 कोई तो मरेगा डैमेज तो बहुत गया बे
Flashes coming on through Divide swings into
अरे
a triple kill.
डिवाई मारेगा अरे यार मेरे को लगा डिवाई एस मारेगा यार चैट पे एस मारना चाहिए था मालूम डिवाई ने एस अगर मारता ना भाई बहुत मजा आता
on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over the information game. Knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility in the perfect positions. Saying that though, for NRG, not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Divide going forward, and now PaperX into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Yeah, Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5-1, 3 away from the lockdown. See what kind of timing we get here first. Rifles coming through NRG. Back over towards the big side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken.
Not DY, the Y.
A big stack though from PRX.
The Y.
Progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here. Scuba as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue, but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage. Over on the other side of the site, Envy inside of this Arcade smoke. Doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site. Picks up the Phantom, but Forsaken's got him covered nicely from the stairs side. What a nice pivot in from PaperX. This bonus round looks like it's
Scuba ही अकेले क्यों बचता है हर बार?
Expected even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found early, but the rest of the players Forsaken ready to be able to trade. So a little bit more in terms of damage being done, but mostly they got up 2 players still alive. You take that bonus 3-0 NRG.
Yeah, it's never ideal to be in this position, having a loss versus the bonus. PaperX, you can see already looking pretty locked in. Smiles on the faces is exactly how you want the
ओमकार देख रहे तो सेटअप देख भाई
Divide getting close to a lockdown as we head towards
अरे ऐसा नहीं होता है वो देखो गाइस टीम बेटर नहीं है वो ये है सेंटिनल है और सेंटिनल हमेशा पीछे रह के खेलता है समथिंग ने स्पॉट कर लिए बंदे मार दिया भाई समथिंग भाई जो अबे इजी पे पेपर एक्स के लिए
the next round as well. Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Jing flying around as he's often liable to do. And
क्या ही
despite a
करता है
dink in from
रितन?
Ethan, that is a flawless anti-eco for PRX. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off. But I can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through NRG soon.
See what they put together. You did mention they earned the run at the end of that last eco round. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify things a little.
Op online as well. Mada wants to get something done here. Really getting thing on board.
Mada.
He will be holding that stairs line. Does seem like PRX ahead.
भाई कह रहे अगर समझो
little satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper.
भाई Zing भाई ने तो इनकी
Ethan at least able to take Jing with him, but it's a good start for PRX nonetheless. And now they're trying to read the
समझना अगर वो डोलिश लेके नीचे रहेंगे तो क्या आपने जैसे उनको भी बोला जाता है क्या रे कि डोलिश लेके नीचे झूल रहे बोला जाता है क्या जिंग नहीं जिंग ही बोल रहा हूँ यार मैं वो तो पढ़ना आएगा ना मेरे को जिंग क्या बात कर रहे हैं उधर लिखा है उसका नाम ओ भाई क्या मारा है भाई क्या 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 मारा भाई क्या मारा है समथिंग ने जो भाई एम ऐसा स्विच किया भाई जो एम स्विच किया भाई बहुत बढ़िया बस ऐसे यार मैं भी खेलना चाहूंगा कभी देखते हैं कब खेलेंगे मैनिफेस्ट कर रहे हो ऐसे ही आएगा जब अपने पास भी ऐसा पीसी आएगा एकदम बढ़िया
very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are from the north side of America, and that side in this particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline. But what a way for PRX to handle that aggression that we saw from potentially Mata setting up a bit of a line there, to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
शायद PUBG के मैचेस के वक्त भी मर गिरूंगा अभी नहीं.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map. And mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like PRX have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
So that one round.
भाई माझ्या 3 सिक लिव बाकी आहे आणि 4 कॅज्युअल लिव बाकी आहे. तो मतलब 7 चुटकियाँ ले सकता हूँ मैं.
Everything else.
बस मेरे को.
There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still waiting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here. But Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Towards the dish early on here for PRX. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
यार मैं अगर फोर्सिगन जैसा खेलता ना भाई क्या मजा आता है.
Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX want to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found, and okay, decent kills. Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3.
अबे डोलिश मार रहे दो बंदे गए जिंग और जिंग के साथ समथिंग भी है.
Fault line a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid round from PRX. Puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this main control earlier, but Forsaken and Invi are already on this
जल्दी से रोटेट करना पड़ेगा केजे को.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move off as well. Does still have
केजे को अभी भी लग रहा है कि कोई है वहाँ पर.
Relay back it towards B. Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Invi will be spotted.
Man, nice ult, man, nice ult.
Flash potentially against NRG.
Oh, nice try.
Straight his own life. 1 versus 4 now. Divide with a lot of work to do. No ultimate, and all of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. That will help them steady their economy going forward, because they're going to have to make their way through a lot of gun rounds against PRX, who have had a bit of a blinding start here to Fracture.
The smokes there also cutting off a couple of players from PRX, making sure that the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from them against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that. Ult economy side, you'll say, is Let's see what we get done from NRG. Back over
और
towards
माता
Arcade.
जब मारेंगे ना भाई तभी
Second
जीत
on over
पाएंगे।
here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Going to throw out his guiding light, but Kiko
मारा है
is
भाई,
all over it.
मारा
As
है।
see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG just to try to zone them away. But in the meantime,
अबे
you see
nice
them be able to
Vayne
at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? Two players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Kate should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
अरे यार
Instant one tap from something though. That does not feel particularly good for an NRG who are now getting ulti dumped on the side. Out comes both the breach ult and the boom ult. Kiko's been able to find one, but that's a nice flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower.
Hello Vinci, yo, welcome to the stream Vinci bhai.
Kiko as the brim molly tries
क्या
to
मार रहे
delay
भाई
for a
ये?
little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide, maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for
दिवाई
this.
है अभी भी क्या लगता है something निकलेगा राउंड
First tap on the spike. Wall fades, device or looking for targets. Something on the Brock, it's just Kiko left alive and he's just quiet.
ओ भाई क्या मार रहे हैं something ने मैं बोला था something round निकाल
He's got the
सकता है
sharpness of it. Saw how sharp that was. Up against Scuba, he'll make sure he'll finish up the last two
भाई
players.
PRX के लिए easy हो गए ये विन ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है
Spike being planted there. No
और विंसु भाई कैसे हो
Yeah, very nicely.
क्या
Navigated
चल रहा
by
है
PRX.
Valorant खेल रहे हो या नहीं खेल रहे हो अभी?
Push bottom side through A main right from the
यहाँ पर
get-go.
लगा
I think
था
this
थोड़ा सा
opener was
मतलब
fantastic
एनर्जी
from
ने
Kiko,
कंट्रोल कर लिया
using the runner
है
back just to
पर
be able to
जो
set up
भाई
NRG
PRX
for
ने वापस
success,
जो
but
मारा है भाई
PRX mid-rounding their way out of
मजा
a
आ
bad
गया
situation. The ulti combo on that site. Really
था भाई
helped
उनके
them
हाथों
kinda
में
narrow
राउंड था
down
एनर्जी
where
के पर
NRG were
थोड़ा
playing the
सा यार
first
यहाँ
map
पर
from.
थ्रो हो गया
And
उनके
then
तरफ से
something 9 and 2. Just a phenomenal multi
समथिंग गलत मार रहे हैं
Even the
भाई
utility usage, I mean, you look at the
No
orbital
kill
strike
कर
completely
चुका है।
isolating Ethan. You had the nade coming through paint shells from Jing, followed by a flash as well. Now something.
ओ अगर गोली चलाता तो मर जाता है
ओ
ओ भाई मेरे को लगा यार तीनों आ जाएंगे भाई लाइन ऑफ फायर में एक गोली में 3-4 किल लेके जाएगा पर नहीं यार मजा आ जाता मालूम अगर 3 जाते तो हैकर भाई हैकर हैकर
NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside.
Hacker,
and they
hacker,
punished the
hacker.
flood so nicely. Read
ऐसा
it with
मत
the
बोल
neural
भाई
theft, and they knew that
उनका
PRX
गेम प्ले
really
वैसा
wanted
है
to
वो
try to
हैकर नहीं
get
है
in and take that fight before the spike even
वो
went down.
बहुत
It's
बढ़िया
all
खेलते
down
वो
to
ग्राइंड है
something, and he
उनका
wasn't ready for Scuba
मेहनत
to have
है
slipped through
वहां पर जाके
already
कोई
onto
हैक
the
कैसे
A
कर
side.
सकते
Second round for
हैं
NRG.
ऐसा मत बोल
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side.
बढ़िया खेलते भाई PRX मतलब क्या वो छोटा नाम लग रहा है तुम्हें सब लोगों की वो पसंदीदा टीम है PRX फैन फेवरेट टीम है यार मायूस हो गया यार ये बंदा
bit more of a worrisome part of the map. They've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5.
लाइक करो गाइस लाइक करो जो भी नया वो सब्सक्राइब करो
Otherwise PRX looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
पर सेकंड ने
Be a big round
किया
for
था
NRG.
अबे वो
Money is starting to
ये
get
अलग
a
वाला
little
था
bit
ये
dry
अलग
for
वाला है
PRX
वो
after their
ये वाला था
landslide of
काउंटर स्ट्राइक
victories
वाला था
to open up this half.
CS2
Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Marta. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this
CS
game.
वाला था
He's
भाई
just
वो
been
CS
dashing in
वाला
and
था
refracting in on the
ये
entry.
अलग है वो अलग है वो
Ethan's
इंडियन
taking
था
dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG who is just waiting for a reaction from PRX. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
You'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over from both of the teams, you'd say. Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen.
मार for
It's going to be the case now. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes down just as Mart had the line of the op.
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check. And I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a PRX who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map.
वो तो अभी भी बैन पड़ा था अभी तो उसका बैन हटा है और मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो वापस कभी गेमिंग कम्युनिटी में आ भी पाएगा
But as time starts to dwindle, looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A. Just
गलत
something
sound आया है मेरे
to slow
पीछे
this
से
one
ऐसा
down.
लगा कि कोई
Rest
बच्चा
of
रो रहा है
PRX wanting to stack over towards B.
डर गया मैं
And there's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt wall spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Conversion pass, you shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems to Vibe.
Nice way.
Stop from coming on through, and
मार
that just
देता नहीं मजा आ जाता है
isn't enough.
Now Kiko really needed to win that last tool. Lockdown invested there from Divide just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those tools,
I got it.
really created some magic for PRX. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing
तो
on that
सर्जरी
nice
कर
opening
लूंगा
advantage
लेकिन
that
गेम
they
प्ले
had
कहाँ से
moving up
लाऊंगा
together. And even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised PRX's economy was. And winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left and they have to get that last kill. Divide falls just in the nick of time here, so still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit. Is going to be NRG first time we're going to see PRX really in the
सोने की जरूरत है मालूम आज पर वही बात है ना कि मस्ती बहुत है अपने में बहुत मस्ती अब रहेगा वॉच पार्टी करनी
NRG walking to turret.
मार दिया भाई बॉट को
Doesn't have too much help. Mollied out of position. Not much for him to do. Over on the bottom side.
भाई अचानक से मारने लग गए
Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding light will enable that, and paint shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just
अगर
yet.
इन लोगों ने कंट्रोल कर लिया तो 4v4 फाइटेड डुएबल है
That's ultimate ready to go.
जीत सकते हैं राउंड भी
Be sure that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also one away, but
वही बोल रहा था मैं भी जो ये बोल रहा है कि जीत सकते हैं
for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Taken up on the line, tapping away.
Oh, bhai.
Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The seize is going to slow him down. PRX not really making too many moves.
भाई उसने अगर मार दिया होता ना भाई क्या मजा आता
NRG pinned into this side. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time PRX out of this round. Showstopper invested. Invi is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan.
Bro!
Closes it out with 2 outlaw
मारा
shots.
क्या मारा है भाई इसने?
How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you.
अबे खुश हो गया भाई खुश हो गया रोने लग गए थे ये लोग खुश हो गए मजा आया अरे इधर है अबे भाई वो यहाँ तक आए दोनों भी टीम भाई उतने लेवल की अगर वो यहाँ पर खेल रहे तो समझ रहे हो दोनों भी प्रो प्लेयर थे दोनों की जिंक्स तो बड़े मारे
Very patient there. Money fantastic for NRG. But they definitely made a big dip in this round deficit that they accrued
Not more than you. अरे यार मेरे को ये तो पता है कि मेरे जितना प्रो कोई
once again Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
पर क्या ही करूं
back on A.
मैं वहाँ पर नहीं कर सकता ना जॉब से यार जॉब कर रहा हूँ जिम्मेदारी है ये
last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible.
नहीं तो मैं वहाँ पर जरूर खेलूँ
on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Desmada. The patience to get the shot.
Okay, good.
Now comes the Seekers, going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the AWP as the Prowler pushes him back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. They'll catch maybe one player, not quite perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time. And the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it, scuba down. Onto side now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Doesn't end up going down. Tomato, some damage come through from the orbital. And NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the Blaze Wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan. Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swinging.
NRG ने बढ़िया कमबैक किया बे
dangerous situation.
ऐसा लग रहा था ना एक टाइम पे कि PRX वन साइड लेके जाएगी गाइस पर ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है कभी भी भाई कोई भी टीम कमबैक कर सकती है भाई बहुत प्यारा खेला ये राउंड भी बहुत प्यारा निकला है एनर्जी ने
difficult 1v2 but yeah we're really getting the leads of NRG's comeback on this first half now because it were down by quite a few rounds.
भाई जो भी देख रहे हैं लाइक शेयर और सब्सक्राइब जरूर करना गाइस 5 लोग देख रहे हैं लाइक कर देना बढ़िया खेले एनर्जी भी बढ़िया खेल रही है
PRX now really being made to swing
और एक राउंड निकल जाए ना एनर्जी का तो यार बराबरी पे मैच आ जाएगा या 7-5 होगा या 6-6 होगा देखते हैं अबे अबे
rethought his purchase there as they're really trying to isolate Scooper on top side. He's made it out of dodge though.
रश करने के
noticing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scooper's going to get punched on and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still looking for Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank though from both Jing and Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about.
निकल सकते हैं energy वाली
this is something. Smoke starting to fade and
oh something भाई क्या प्यारा मारा है बे.
It's very tense here. Forsaken's found another one. It's a bit of a landslide of frags for PRX coming back in on this retake. Brock still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits two players from PRX, but unfortunately Divide with the last second shot and Jing ready for the flank of Scuba. It's a 7-5 here. PRX with their nose out in front at the half.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. The orbital might have done a little bit more, but Divide too quick on the trigger finger.
क्या खा रहा है बंदा?
As we close out the half there, will still be PRX.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves, but you've got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff, so post-attack timeout after they made the adjustments that were necessary, so a much more competitive half from there. They are not scared of PRX's fracture here. They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
भाई मेरे को ऐसा बैठने की आदत ही नहीं मालूम क्या मैं ऐसा बैठता हूँ ऐसा पूरा ऐसा बैठ के देखता हूँ कभी क्या करता हूँ ये अभी स्ट्रीम का जैसे मेरे को ऐसा बैठना पड़ता है क्या बोलूँ मैं फेस कैम को जैसे ऐसा बैठना पड़ता है मैं लेट के भी स्ट्रीम कर सकता हूँ दिक्कत की बात ही नहीं
quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles and wait for PRX to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. You saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Marta with the offensive operator.
Marta ne kya mara bhai.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op. Unfortunately, you sort of mentioned that, but Marta didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the op side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw the op, he instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah. That's just attacking side waylay things, though. You know, you're not really going to be the fragging duelist on the waylay often when you're playing. You know, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a dash refract a lot of the time offensively. Definitely want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter. The one farming up all of the run-it-backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half. Yeah. It holds the momentum of PRX as they head into their defensive half now.
ऐसे jersey. Energy की मस्त लगी मेरे को.
Better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead in the second half if possible. Should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get here from NRG on their defense. Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half here. PRX mostly set up on bottom side. Forsaken, I'd imagine, will just be applying a little bit of pressure here. He's got full utility on the sky. Breach on the other side of things as Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Divide. There's Marta. Oh, that is such a quick shot from Divide to get the opener.
Yeah, we've seen that from Divide before. And Marta finds out.
Divide to bahut badhiya mara.
5 versus 4 early on, calling over. Ethan also broke.
The why?
Stomping away. Ethan almost caught on the cross.
Okay. Smoke to try and slow things down. Stun to cause a couple of problems. When do we get the explode? Finally it comes on.
Oh bhai, Scuba bhai, badhiya
Ethan is scooping all the kills. Brock likes Dink into the kill as well. Not just Divide. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one.
Marega Divide.
Offers potential.
Nice bay, nice bay.
Divide versus Kiko, and Divide's got the hot hands.
Chal 1v1 chal.
Kiko's the one playing that.
Easy, chal easy, mar.
He got the capability.
Na phir.
Like hasn't been tapped yet. Kiko knows he could take his time with this one. He's looking like a little bit of a raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a molly. Divide really waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here. Torrent's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
PRX
he doesn't know, but he doesn't quit. Oh, Kiko's standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through.
Bro!
With the 4K and the clutch.
Abey yaar.
Instant headshot. He started out with that one.
Kya pyara mara hai bhai is bande ne.
Kiko. Another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well.
हाथ का राउंड गया बे एनर्जी का मतलब लगा था कि ये राउंड जीत सकते 3v1 था भाई उस बंदे ने जो आया और मार के गया 1 2 3 खलास भाई खलास कर दिया भाई खलास कर दिया 1v4 था भाई 1v4 था ये देखो यहाँ से एक गया दो गया 3 खत्म यो आशु भाई वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम स्वागत है भाई कैसे हो भाई क्या खेल रहे भाई PRX वाले बढ़िया खेल रहे एनर्जी का लास्ट राउंड था पर एनर्जी ने लास्ट राउंड थ्रो कर दिया बहुत गंदे मर गए दोनों भी एक ही एंगल देख रहे थे दोनों भी मेन पे देख रहे थे बंदे पीछे से आके मार के गए
something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest
of
PayTm relocating to the bottom side. They meet up with Kiko.
Something कहाँ जा रहा है something ने एक बंदे को तो वैसे ही मार दिया चेक करेगा पता है नाइस भाई बाई किया भाई इसने फैंटम लेके आए क्यों नहीं मारेगा बाई किया इन लोगों ने वैंडल भाई फुल बाइक मतलब अच्छी गन्स करी थी ब्रो
might not even lose a gun.
Easy सब लोगों ने एक मार दिया
bonus is a very very good position to be in as PayPX.
मेरे को लगा मेरे इसको क्या हो गया
again going to have to play the opening part of this
वापस इनका चेहरा उतर गया रे दोस्तों
how their first defensive gun round does look but
वापस वो ऐसा हो गया उनको कि यार क्या हो रहा है
have to give the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus.
अभी मैंने मालूम क्या बॉटल पे वो कैम बॉटल के ऊपर लगा है
for NRG. We want that to be the case again.
NRG
an opportunity here
नहीं रे नहीं जीतेगा PRX के chances बहुत हैं
when you just have the classics there.
बढ़िया खेल रहे बता नहीं सकते अभी भी
the bonus looks like for PRX this time around NRG.
बोनस पे खेल रहे PRX
will get their mark.
Know that there's at least one player hanging around outside of A main. That's a Molly being prepped for tower. I do think that it's going to try to drop off Jing up there with the Trailblazer.
Bro, Molly क्या थी भाई ये? क्या Molly थी
ये? Inside of A main, he's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round.
PRX they can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A. They can slow things down. Let's recommit. Force a rotation from NRG first.
ये देखो easy bhai hello Jay bhai welcome back to the stream बड़े खेल रहे Jay bhai ये एंगल कैसा है
it's rough. I mean they were well aware that there was a player hanging around outside of A confirmed by the Prowler but Devi has just been on one. He's having one of these games.
Rock bhai क्या ही करेंगे
in some excellent form as of late. When he takes over a game for PayPX, it's just really not much you can do. Rock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save, my man. Just wants to stay alive.
Down and out.
He's been spotted. Devi, he's going to go for a little bit more. And, well, just on the back of the player, luckily shuts him down.
Bottle
Bro. Convert another kill.
Yeah. Don't feed him an orbital.
He's
only one off at this point. If he's able to get one more kill, he'll have it.
भाई 3 लोगों की गन गिरा दी इस बंदे ने
here as PayPX hitting double digits, not able to bring
पर वैसे भी यार बोनस पे खेल रही थी PayPX तो इतना कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा वही बोल रहा था मैं भी वही बोल रहा था बोनस पे खेल रही तो फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा
where this lead is going. You got ultimate stun to come online as well. You got Devi winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just
बढ़िया मारा था पर यार इसने
you are NRG.
ये देखो
I'd love to see if we can get a PRX.
ये वाला नहीं वाला बहुत ब्लंडर थे इन लोग
NRG taking their second time now and
दो गए
I think they
इसको भी बढ़िया मारा बे
see what they're going to construct
कर सकते हैं मालूम अगर टाइम होता ना तो ये एस मार सकता था एक बढ़िया एस होता है
यार for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did a
इन लोगों के यार मुंह पूरा उतर चुका है यार
they'd love to do some
देख के ऐसा बुरा लग रहा है
outside shot of winning this round, but if things go the way they're expected, PayPX will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong PayPX have been looking on this map lately.
And there's the PRX off out of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint.
क्या लगता है कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा इन लोगों को?
Grand finals just dominating on the opening map. But this one is
तो guys आप
more competitive at the same time as well.
ले सकते हो.
PRX are here for a reason.
ऐसा उन लोगों
they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG looking for answers.
भाई ROG का लोगो देखो उसके शॉट पे.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these
Republic
teams.
of Gamers.
You would be
क्या प्यारा कीबोर्ड है
Honestly, a little bit upset that this is the opening game of EWC. It's a very stacked tournament, of course, but PaperX and NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Well, half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over that one rifle. See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
Main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. PaperX playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to declare once the lockdown.
देख ऐसा अल्ट मारते हैं ओमकार, ठीक है?
Party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down though. Doesn't hit anyone. Showstopper again.
एनर्जी लेके जा सकती है ये राउंड.
PRX left hurting. They're the ones with the
भाई
guns.
2 बंदे तो चले गए PRX के.
Still NRG coming out ahead of that one.
Nice.
Scuba though. Is still managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely. Utility invested. In comes the Nightfall though. From NRG trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Divide. That player on the side has gone down. Divide now knows something on the wraparound. Could have a really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is.
Bro, क्या बात है भाई. बोला था पीछे से आके बढ़िया क्लच आने वाले समथिंग की तरफ से. कड़क बे कड़क क्लच. ऐसे खेलते रहे ना भाई. ये ट्रॉफी बस PRX की है.
Just came out of the timeout. Start with a 5 versus 3.
बस ऐसे खेलते रहे. नाइस ब्रो नाइस. एक बार लगा तो मालूम कि एनर्जी राउंड लेके जाएगी और तभी भाई ये बैक स्टेप देखा नहीं इन लोगों ने.
Tracking that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others. And far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PaperX though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following super nicely. And again, it's a 2-man advantage for NRG.
First time you're hoping the NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3. A little bit cleaner, but Divide is still alive. Something's still alive as well. Two of the biggest fraggers so far that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Divide. So the opportunity is still there. You can start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, curveball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round.
अबे दोनों भी बढ़िया प्लेयर बच्चे बे. समथिंग ऑफ हो सेकंड ये 2v4 तो निकाल सकते हैं अभी भी.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still
ऊपर देख ऊपर देख. नाइस वे समथिंग. क्लच है. चल.
But for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because the
अबे ये दोनों बंदे ऐसे हैं ना कि ये दोनों भी क्लच कर सकते हैं.
way onto the opposite side of the map. Still got to get past this trip.
Forsaken. Still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for PaperX. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side.
Bro, Ethan
very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes the run it back.
Nice try for second. Must be Scuba ने अच्छा मारा.
And NRG
2 मिनट लगा था ये.
जरा सा सीन हो सकता है इनके साथ.
पर Scuba ने बढ़िया मार दिया.
Players end up going down there for NRG, which goes to say that, you know, even with 3 for PaperX, so
guys like करो यार, जो भी नया वो सब्सक्राइब करो.
Versus 3 and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the
कीबोर्ड
round.
देखना क्या मस्त है बे उनके. ऊपर के बटन ही नहीं. अल्ट F4 का संबंध ही नहीं.
NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for PaperX. Couple of rifles to mix on in here. Orbital and Seekers at the ready as well.
मस्त खेलो ये करो.
Rolling Thunder 1 away. It's a big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
PaperX grouping their way in towards A main, joined up by Forsaken here. We'll see how many ults they're going to throw at this round. Try to make their lives a little bit easier. You can see that NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake, leaning in spawn side.
Doors open. Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from
Bye. Energy.
But they're just challenging.
Kai को मारने लग गया बे.
At least Envy is going to make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine if he goes for it in a timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4. NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG.
Comeback
and 11-7 honestly is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here for an NRG who is confidently finding their way into advantageous situations round on round on round. Last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Yeah, could have been a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards ropes, but an opportunity for PRX if they were able to make their way into sight. Well, they do nibble on that hook that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for ropes as we get into the timeout here for PRX. Seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PRX. But still need to close here against the NRG that can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. Feel like Keiko's in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run-it-backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
See, it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in what we'll call the second quarter here, but the second half of that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. Broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely, that's what I got my eye on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a BXQ. Looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light though, and NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball, as well as the Prowlers, just trying to zone PRX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PRX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of youth will be thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Mata will be the one that ends up falling there. As Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brock's sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the sight. Scuba's first down, trying to dodge away from the open run into the hands of Divide.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brock spamming away. As PRX have done a really good job this round.
अब control कर लिया इन्होंने.
Applying some pressure from the flank could start to cause some problems to throw a spanner in the works for PRX.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A-main control being taken away. NRG working their way up, still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
Great stun. Honestly, still peeking down for Brock. Just jiggling away. Honestly, that's a decent haunt. They know where PRX are playing from, but killing them is another story. 1v1 here for Kiko.
Kiko versus Forsaken again, the player that was unknown for the time being, and Forsaken will run the clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock and still gets the headshot anyway. NRG put that one close, but the 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged the Rolling Thunder so nicely, peeking through the sky smokes. I'm surprised he doesn't even get one there. And that is courtesy of Divide just being able to hold every angle, playing patiently exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for Divide. He's got a lot of help from the rest of the boys. I mean, whenever Jing is on the race, that's who my eyes are on, but honestly, he's not needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Divide's killing everybody, everyone else is just kind of scrambling to see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Mata would like one of those pieces on his side of things, Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here for PRX. A lot of pressure. What a util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there.
कॉम्बो हो गया यार बंदे के साथ मॉली भी आ गए और आपको पता है ये मॉली ना ये मॉली इधर से फेंकी उसने कहीं से तो दूर से फेंकी इधर से फेंक के सीधा वो अंदर चली जाती मॉली बहुत खतरनाक मॉली करता है ये लाइनअप है बंदे
Mata scaled in. Orbital won't catch Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be hard cleared here by PRX.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill. Just Jing though wants to send out the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here, and this is
Zing क्या निकलेगा ये round क्या लगता
है? For NRG now.
Anticipating a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with the satchel to work with here, and this is very winnable. Both Brock and Mata are a little bit
अगर जाता तो मार भी सकता था बे क्योंकि देख सकते हो आपकी ब्रॉक के एचपी कम है मादा की कम है बस कीको पे पूरे एचपी फुल एचपी मेरे को लग रहा है वो सेव करेगा क्योंकि अगले राउंड में भी तो बाई चाहिए ना क्योंकि देखो क्रेड्स किसी पे दिखाई नहीं दे रहे समथिंग पे मतलब दवाई और इनवी पे तो 0-0 है 4 सेकंड और इस पे बाई रहेगा शायद अगले राउंड में और मेरे को लगता है 4 सेकंड भी इको ही करेगा
Mada's having a tough time getting into the game, though. I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time, and he's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play has been very successful for PayPRX. Either they're catching the waylay. Last round, they caught Ethan with just utility. I'm surprised that, honestly, NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba. Pixel perfect positioning. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defense.
इसके बाद से और 4 सेकंड ने भी इको ही किया है बस वैंडल खरीदी शील्ड ने खरीदी और बाकी इन सब पे बाई है भाई हाँ तो भाई कब से ऑफ करने की कोशिश ही कर रहे हैं बस
As he execute,
लगते हैं राउंड निकाल सकते हैं भाई एनर्जी ब्रो 1 HP गोल्डन HP पे बचा भाई ब्रो समथिंग ने तो एक को तो गिरा दिया भाई पिस्तौल से क्लासिक मार रहा है भाई क्लासिक मार रहा है समथिंग ही बचा अब क्लासिक पे क्या ही करेगा भाई PRX की क्लासिक लेके बचा वो भी भाई मॉल ही तो थी
Nicely done for NRG, a great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
क्या लगता है क्या वो ओटी जाएगा मैप
chipping away at it 3 more to go NRG getting a
कुछ बता नहीं सकते हो कुछ बता नहीं सकते
desperate to find this last map will
अब तो PRX वाले सारे के सारे फुल वाई पे आएंगे तो हो भी सकते हैं राउंड निकल भी सकते हैं एनर्जी वाले और PRX वाले भी यहाँ पर लास्ट मतलब विनिंग राउंड निकलेंगे ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को
Relatively familiar with each other, even if it's been a
guys
little while since they last
like
played.
करो जो भी नया वो सब्सक्राइब करो
goes to show that NRG not out of it despite how behind they were on the rounds
totally
both halves.
I mean,
really.
PayPRX have had phenomenal starts to both halves, and yeah, I totally agree. I think NRG have been pretty good.
Puckett's just handed me a drawing of the US flag, so he's feeling it right now. He's back in NRG all the way in 3 more rounds.
ये मैच ना बहुत प्यारा होने वाला है ऐसा लग रहा है मालूम मेरे को
The
अगर ये कभी ओटी गए मैच
is on PayPRX to close out this opening
तो
map
मजा
of
आएगा
It is their map pick.
ओटी भी जाने चाहिए तो
by
कुछ
NRG.
और भी देखने को मजा आए
Will have known that
पर
PayPRX
यार
will be liable to
जो
be
ये
picking
बचा
that,
था ना
especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see
यार
what
मैप भी
PayPRX
थोड़ा सा
have
मतलब जीजी मैप
drawn up
है
here.
फ्रैक्चर बोलेगा
Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something that they're considering for NRG.
हो
I mean,
सकता
they
है, हो
have the
सकता है
orbital
अभी
to
भी।
potentially cancel that later on in the round.
I will find.
Don't think that's something they
ये तो
necessarily
पूरा
need
का
to
पूरा
have to
देखो
do, but if it comes
पूरे
down
मैप
to
में
it,
आप देख सकते हो यहाँ पर
Last time we saw the lockdown Devi used it
एक बंदा
quite
झिंगे
aggressively
यहाँ
on B
पर यहाँ
side.
पर
Just from the tunnel.
समथिंग है यहाँ पर
yeah,
दवाई
pressure on the bottom side of the
इनवी
map for
और 4
NRG, and
सेकंड
conversely for
भाई
PayPRX,
पूरे मैप
very
में
much
घेर
just
चुके
trying
हैं इन
to make
लोगों
some
को
noise over towards arcade.
ऐसा
Suffocating
स्प्लिट
dealt
लेके
with,
खेलना
and
चाहिए
Forsaken
पूरा
gonna make his way in
स्प्लिट लेके
Junders.
खेल रहे हैं लोग
Mada patiently waiting for Devi
4
as
सेकंड
well,
को
who
दिखाओ यार
was reminded Devi got a double kill here not too long ago. And in fact, a couple
Check कर रहा है,
pings going
check कर रहा
on towards
4 सेकंड
A-holes.
पीछे चला गया
This could get dangerous
लगता है A
for
पे जाने वाले
PRX.
Mada changing up his angle of approach. He's very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill
दो
trips on
बंदे
the
ड्रॉप
side, but
से
that's
आए
about it. Jump
और ये
spot out
चारों
from
के चारों
Devi.
बी पर क्या कर
Applied
रहे हैं
onto the
वैसे
line is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one potentially.
ये मरेगा ये
but
मरेगा ये
regardless,
मरेगा
and throwing a
अबे
shot
नहीं
out,
बे
still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense overall as well.
मारेगा
Dropped into smoke.
भाई मेरे को लगा था मादा को मार देंगे
Xander starting to get in the mix. Envy is cleared. Mada out of the side. Scuba
और
through the smoke, checked
अरे
nicely there
easy
by
easy
Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone Kiko away.
Kiko पता है
Make sure
Kiko
he doesn't
बचा है
have
बस
any
Kiko बचा
chance
है
in hell at closing out this round, and he'll have to
मिस
respect
एसटी
it.
ओए गोष्टी
Minimum is gonna have to wait this
आहे
one
दिवस
out.
आले की तू स्ट्रीम
He's
रिव्यू
gotta clear
करायला
absolutely
लागले
everything.
अरे स्वरा
Turret
ये
and sand.
स्ट्रीम रिव्यू नाही
Alarm bot in
ई
hole.
स्पोर्ट्स
Obviously,
वर्ल्ड
Kiko
कप
doesn't
चा
worry about that part. But he does have to worry about
क्या
walking
म्हणता
to the high low
official
and being
coach
forsaken.
streamer है मी
They know the positioning now, and 3 of them will swing at the
esports
same
world cup
time.
EWC च्या
No
matches
chance
watch
for
party
Kiko,
चालू आहे
and PayPRX will take map 1.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, credit to NRG trying to overturn two
वो
pretty
रहता है
big
ना कि
deficits
मरने
at the
के
half.
बाद
They put
तुम
together some
अच्छा
good rounds of their
तुम्हें
own.
सब पता
But
चलता है
PayPRX
वैसे
have
ही
been
है
really, really hot on this map as of late.
तुझे तो सर्वस काट
NRG
लिया
putting
ना
up more of a fight than we even saw in the recent Masters Grand Final. And PayPRX, I mean, map pick win for them, but we do still have Lotus up next for NRG. Honestly, I would really expect this series to go to distance. If this is just a 2-0, I think that would be the unexpected outcome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a more dominant showing from PayPRX, I'd be a little bit more worried for NRG, but the sort of resilience, the tenacity of NRG to
Next
keep that one
map मेरे ख्याल
competitive
से
and really pushing it to a potential OT. I mean, we got
ये बोले थे ना sunset बोले थे
deficit that NRG
और
were at
उसके बाद
one point
कौन
in
सा
the
है पता नहीं
I knew it.
Speak
you
up,
got
man.
me again.
Come on, man.
Got me again. Sneaky audio, man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from PayPRX's side of things. Smooth sailing bright and early. You're up 6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden NRG came back. Can we talk about that first half? What did you see early on from NRG? Was it simply winning one round? How did they draw their opponent break?
I think it was attack timeout. Like, NRG is known to have really good leadership, not only in the IGL slot, but also in the coaching booth as well. And I think since they took that tack timeout, they actually made the adaptations that were needed to be able to deal with PayPRX. They were able to slow the game down a lot, so I think that helped them out a lot.
That was part of it. I mean, we're sort of talking about the fact that the 2 first rounds that NRG got was playing it slowly, punishing the aggression coming through from PRX, players wanting to take positioning.
अबे bottle stand बनवे ले मी
advantage after that.
And as we take a look at some of the highlights, I think the big round was Kiko, who already had 3, looking for a 4th and a 1v1, but he was bested. PayPRX goes on to win the economy and win the rest of the games. We take a look back at some of the key frags early. What do you see?
I mean, this is a key round for sure. Divide, this clutch definitely changed the trajectory of this game, especially because we talked about NRG having slow starts to both of these
अरे हाँ ना भाई बाहेर
close this
काढलं
game
घर चन्नी
was
वरती पत्र्याची खोली बांधून दिली म्हणे जा इथे बस
that pistol
आम्हाला
definitely
नको
made the
त्रास
difference
देऊ
for
म्हणे
NRG to get them going a little bit
म्हणून
quicker
असं
on
background
defense.
I mean, it's a lot of pistol and then into 2 more rounds for PRX. The fact that they got both their bonuses on both halves is kind of insane. That is really what contributes to the deficit that NRG found themselves at.
वो गरीब दिखना चाहिए ना सिंपैथी चाहिए सिंपैथी स्क्रीन पे गरीबी दिखनी चाहिए गरीबी दिखती तो ज्यादा लोग रहते मतलब रुकते स्क्रीन पे समझ रहे हो
one pistol could have definitely had a better shot at winning this game. PayPRX are no slouches on this map by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that the scoreline is a good representation of just how good of a crack NRG gave this map.
I think one of the highlights for me is the Cypher knowing the perfect corner to hide in, avoiding the Brim ult, and of course getting a killer too. As we close things out though, we know NRG was close. They had missed opportunities. They will not have a second opportunity if you lose this next map, and it's going to be your map pick, right? So you just played PayPRX's. This was okay. How do you excel? Where do you want to go next? And what are the expectations as Lotus is on the rise?
I think they just need to win a pistol, honestly. They need to not have a slow start on both halves because Lotus is a great map for PayPRX. They kind of invented that double duelist style on that map in particular. So it's up to NRG to show why they pick Lotus into this series and come in confidently.
Could be a big Brock Odin map as well. We know he likes to bring that one out. On the Vice as well, but running into double duelist, we saw how deadly something was on the Brim. Now he's going to go probably on the Jet, so this is going to get wild.
Scumbags with Odins, you'll love to see it. I'm one of them. Come see me in matchmaking. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the PayPRX player to watch, because for me, it's always Jing. He's going to be on the raise, jumping in and going down to 1 health, still making it fun to watch.
Yo, Akshay, bhai, welcome to the stream.
To go this negative though. He was 11 and 17. The man was aggro from start to finish in that game.
I mean, he's going to be on the raise on Lotus again. So I honestly would expect him to have a better game, but you can see from the PayPRX system, they got a lot of value out of the slower players on the team. They got Something and Divide both having a lot of impact for them. I think Forsaken was right in the middle of the pack, often just getting involved in the mid-round with the guiding lights and things like that. He loves to play the Sky as kind of like a pseudo duelist at times.
Scuba, Brock, and Kiko all putting up some big numbers. Which one of those 3 do you have eyes on? Final question before the break.
Yeah, I mean, Brock again, he's the guy that's going to bring the Odin out of the box and the Vice here, but I need to see a step up from Mara because I think he's underperformed on that fracture. This needs to be a better map for me.
Final thoughts. Will Waylay ever grace our stage again tonight?
Yeah, tonight? No, tonight. No. Tomorrow? Yeah, for sure. At some point in this event. Yeah,
Saturday?
For sure. Yeah, Saturday and Sunday?
Monday? Not Monday. Monday.
Not Monday.
Games will be back after this. There's no games on Monday. Mark the calendar. Game 2 after this.
दिवाचा हे चालते. बरोबर आहे, बरोबर. लय मारले बा त्यांनी. अक्षयचं झालं असेल काय बोलून तिकडे म्हणून परत आला वाटतं स्टीमवर. ध्यान भाई मुझे भी खेलना है. मेरा भी ग्राफिक कार्ड काय ग्राफिक कार्ड गेला आहे. हा माहिती ना, तू सांगितलं ग्राफिक कार्डचं सीन. माझ्याकडे तर जायला ग्राफिक कार्ड पण नव्हतं. नाही रे, जेवण करत होता भाई. खाना खा रहा था के. खाना भी जरूरी यार. मैं भी खाना वाना खा के बैठा हूँ.
Play is in our DNA.
ये बस हो गया रे, थोड़ा रुक जाओ, इसको बोलो. कब होगी अब नेक्स्ट मैच? और 10-15 मिनट लगेंगे मेरे ख्याल से नेक्स्ट मैच आने में. तुझं तर तिच्यासोबत बोलून स्पोर्ट भरला असेल. लॅपटॉप घे ना डेविल. अरे घे ना भाई डेविल लॅपटॉप. खरंच भाई, खरंच लॅपटॉप घे. नाहीतर हे बघ, हे घेऊन टाक डायरेक्ट. लेजनचं लॅपटॉप घे. स्कॅन करू शकतो तू इथं. लिनोवो लेजन EWC पॅरिस. भाई क्रंची रोलनी भाई यांच्यासोबत पण कुठं भाई स्पॉन्सर करते क्रंची रोल वाले. डेविल भाई आपकी भी शादी हो चुकी है. जस्ट सिंग म्हणजे मतलब तुम लोगों को समझ रहे हैं? डेविल भाई आपकी भी शादी हो चुकी है, मतलब अक्षय की शादी हो चुकी है. अक्षय ने बताया ना अपने को. आपकी भी. वाव अक्षय भाई प्राइस बघितलं का? आता घ्यायला गेलो तर बरबाद होऊन जाईल मी डायरेक्ट. अरे काय बरबाद नाही होत. जे लागतं भाई ते घेऊन टाकायचं. बरबाद होण्यासारखी गोष्ट नसती भाई कोणतीच. जो चाहिए ना वो ले लेने का गाइस. अभी देखो मेरे को वेबकैम चाहिए था, मैंने ले लिया. बर्बाद हुआ क्या? मैं हो गया वो. पैसे नहीं अभी पूरा मंथ कैसे तो भी निकलना है मेरे को पेमेंट आने तक. पर ले तो लिया. साल्टी गेली तरी चाल. रुतबा कमी नाही झाला पाहिजे. पीसी बिल्ड कर भाई. पीसी बिल्ड तर भाई अजून महाग आहे. तर लॅपटॉपची किंमत बाप. पीसी बिल्ड अबे पीसी पण बिल्ड नाही होणार. पीसी साठी पण रॅम घ्यावा लागणार, SSD घ्यावा लागणार. किती महाग झाले भाई सगळ्या गोष्टी. मी जो पीसी बनवला होता तो मी 52 मध्ये बनवेले आणि आता जर तोच पीसी सेम बनवायला गेला तरी पण तो 70च्या वर जाईल माहिती. सोपं नाही राहिलं बाबा पीसी बनवणं. रॅमच्या प्राइस खूप वाढले. मी रॅम जी 1600-1700 रुपयाला घेतली होती ती आता 4,500-5,000 हजारला चालू आहे. म्हणजे विचार कर किती वाढली. मी तर घरच्या घरी अटॅच केलं होतं सगळं. पीसी बिल्ड करायला पण भाई लय पैसे लागणार. आता सोपं नाही राहिलं आता पीसी घेणं. मला तर एक स्क्रीन घेवत नाही किती दिवस झाले. ग्राफिक कार्ड तर आता लांबचीच गोष्ट आहे माझ्यासाठी. भाई मेरे को बार बार लग रहा है मालूम क्या गाइस कि कोई तो आ चुका है, कोई तो आ चुका है. पहले नहीं लगता था यार. जब से फेस कैम कर रहा हूँ ना तब से लग रहा है. झालं ना खरंच आता लग्नामध्ये. आता राहिलं काय पीसी बिल्ड फक्त करून घ्या डेविल. हे भाई झालं ना खर्च लग्नामध्ये. म्हणजे काय लग्नात काय खर्च केला मग काय आता काय लगेच पीसी बिल्ड करायचा असं म्हणणं तुझं. 1.5 लाख मध्ये होईल माझा लॅपटॉप. आता 1.4 ला येतो आहे. बापरे नको. एवढं महाग गोष्टी नाही घ्यायच्या भाई. तेवढ्यात तर मला आयफोन येईल. आईफोन क्यों बीजीएमआई खेल में छोटी सोच ये क्या बक कर रहा है सुनते तो भी
story about it. We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our
open laptop
home country, home city, you know. So that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org, and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially like I am playing the French org. For me, like it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know. Like I'm trying to stay humble, like work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know. I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first case in, and we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds. But I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good. But it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
वही तो ऐसा नाव का शिवा इंटरव्यू वाला मेरे को क्या पता क्या नाम है उसका मेरे को पूछ रहा है उसका नाम क्या है मैग्नम नाम है उसका कुछ भी पूछ रहा है भाई घर वाले लेके दे रहे कुछ ना कुछ वो ही बहुत है
Welcome back. As the war rages on here in Group B, we see an early start for PRX, but now it's time for NRG to get their map pick. We welcome Avril and Pilsky back on the show. Pilsky, I want to start with you. You just saw NRG fall, but bring it close. Now, how can you blow out PRX on this map, Lotus? Is there a way to do such thing?
No chance, buddy. No chance. But I expect all three of the maps to be close. I'm going to be honest. And I have faith NRG can turn this series around. I think that we should be in for a three-mapper. I will say, though, PRX are one of the teams that has had some of the best streaks on Lotus. They've kind of, invented the double duelist vice on this map that a lot of people copied. So they know their way around this map.
Do you think we'll see the double duelist on both sides of the ball tonight?
Not for this map. I think this is going to be another slow look coming through from NRG. They typically like to play the Vice and double controller in this map as well. So this is not going to be double duelist from them. They will have that one raise. So it's going to be a much faster look, I think, from PRX compared to what NRG will show.
What are you excited about going into this one?
What am I excited about? I'm always excited for PRX. I'm just always excited to see PRX play. I'm excited for Jing to have a little bit better of a map on the raise, to be honest, because I think he was just kind of a role player on Fracture in that last map. I don't think he really was necessarily tasked with doing too much. And honestly, just for this matchup, like this is a bloody barn burner of a matchup between PRX and NRG every time we see it.
Just excited for this match in general, this group in general.
Yes, you heard from Vitality saying this is the group of death without a doubt.
100%.
Vitality may be on match point right now. I can only see like 22% of the left side of the screen, and I saw an 11 about 15 seconds ago. So I'm thinking they're in the final two rounds potentially here for Vitality. Would that be an upset at all, or an expected result with a 2-0?
I think it's the expected result. I think Vitality is kind of one of the better teams in EMEA at the moment. Carmine Core is a decent team. They kind of be on struggle street. They did pretty well to be able to qualify for this event. There's a lot of EMEA representatives, thankfully, for Heretics coming through from winning the last year's EWC Valorant. So that really helps the region get a couple more of the boys over here.
What you have so far, it's just been one game. But are these your two teams?
भाई Watchparty का मजा आ जाएगा भाई ऐसे लेट के Watchparty ऐसा सामने ऐसे पकड़ के रहूँगा मैं तो फिर ऐसे इधर कोने में नहीं तो इस कोने में रखूँगा फेस कैम वहाँ से दिखूँगा मैं पूरा क्या मजा आएगा भाई Watchparty में इधर दूर से ये देख वायर तो इतने तक तो आ ही जाती वायर समझ रहे तू मजा आ जाएगा भाई मजा आ जाएगा उधर से
I think Vitality, NRG, or PRX could all win EWC.
That's pretty amazing, and we're going to see all of these matches. If you're just joining us, we are in group stages. To win, you really just need to win 2 matches. You advance to our top 8 in the playoff bracket. You lose 2, you're done. You don't want to start your tournament off with a slow start, and NRG wants to at least take this to a game number 3. Lotus is just a few moments away, and I'm sure we're going to be getting into this game. Agent selection, if you can prioritize 2.
क्या मार रहा है भाई, क्या मार रहा है?
Impactful agents you can bring onto this map, starting with you, Pilsky.
नहीं रे, पर वो हाथ में पकड़ के रखना पड़ेगा रे. मैं तो मैं कर भी लेता. हाथ में पकड़ के रखना पड़ेगा. मैं तो मैं 100% करता हूँ.
I don't think you're going to see them running Phoenix, and this is just kind of their quintessential comp. This is what they play all the time. As you called it, Kev, the stylistic difference between these two teams is the double controller energy, playing a bit slower of a comp here.
It's also going to be, and they coming through with the fade as well. I mean, typically we've seen the PaperX side, they've also played the Sky, so this time that's going to be a bit of a swap up from the PaperX side, but otherwise, double duelers from PaperX as expected, just the one duelist coming through from NRG.
Yeah, I actually like the fade better as a solo unit, to be honest. I think it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the Sky. Of course, you're kind of going to be lacking flashes a little bit in the comp, and yeah, that's how I feel about the Initiator. Yeah,
समोर चांगलं नाही वाटत ना. Fade has been a little bit more common. Out of all the Lotus games I've seen over time, different metas, Fade has been quite at home on this particular map.
It is kind of the vintage duelist on this map. The Sky is kind of the off pick. I think mixing flashes in, and I think in particular PaperX is probably the kind of team that wants to play the Sky a little bit more. They do like to play faster. Even back in the day, they loved playing the Sky on this map. I remember screwing them on this map and just getting bombarded by guiding lights and things like that. But I think the Fade on the balance of probabilities for most teams is probably a better inclusion. And I think I like the fact that they're playing here, particularly into the Vice Viper, where you're going to be kind of denied a lot of info and you're going to have to be put through your paces working the map a little bit more.
Well, let's kick this one off. Lotus map 2, obviously lots of pressure over towards B as expected. It's NRG on the attacking side of things, something waiting on the other side, plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight into the side. What a disgusting right click, but Jing able to at least trade back the raise, so no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
That was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today. Marta, like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what do we want to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko? And also Brock taking, he had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack.
Something
Dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost, starting to run out of ammo here, and dealt with by Kiko, but can be the savior of this round here for PaperX.
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstab kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on the door open, able to get those trades. Justify left alone now on the 1v3, low HP for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We see Divide already get a clutch on that previous round. Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down courtesy of Ethan, yet Arkrose is back up as Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat. Does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through Waterfall side. It's probably not something you'd be expecting. Arkrose has been invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arkrose already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem, and double peek will in fact come for Ethan for that kill. No clutch this time. Marta happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Divide absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly, but that 1v3 put together in the second half pistol of Fracture. Explosive starts Forsaken. Still not going to be happy with that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill. And Justice already found it, Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Marta, once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Divide with the Sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
ये होता है भाई, अपन भी इनको देख के बस में भी
bro, you cannot be doing that. Okay, that's
क्या बढ़िया मारे भाई.
Especially if he gets another one here.
Nice way
something shot so far and something in there as well.
भाई डिवाइन ने बढ़िया मारा है भाई. बड़े अरे यार.
Good pick from Brawl.
Something का kill है. ये कड़क वे कड़क. क्या मार रहा है भाई, क्या मार रहा है. मैंने देखा था something. जेट बहुत प्यारा खेलता है something. क्या मार रहा है, क्या राउंड निकला है बे, क्या राउंड निकला है. वैंडल लेके जो इन लोगों ने राउंड थ्रो किया है ना भाई. ये राउंड समथिंग ने नहीं निकाला, ये राउंड दवाई ने निकाला है. दवाई अगर वो मारता नहीं ना वो दो बंदे तो नहीं होता भाई. बढ़िया मारा है दवाई ने.
Brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they probably
लगा नहीं. ये देखो क्या मारा है भाई. वैंडल वाले मारा. ये इसने गलत ही टिपी किया बे. ये टिपी ने करता तो भी हो जाता मालूम.
Regardless though, Force Bite is coming here for NRG. Prowler going forward and PaperX are very much fighting for this mount control.
Two casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these two teams have got themselves. A nice TP in. Oh, he should have hit that one. That was
nice TP, nice TP.
5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor, and Jing, okay, looking for number 3.
Nice, Ray. Ace, chal Jing.
PRX styling on him.
Looking to continue pushing the issue. Jing is now on for the showstopper earned. Kiko, who opened up this round so nicely with the little bit of a shrouded step, crouch jiggle into V, has got far too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat. Or anti-eco defeat, rather. But I just don't know if there's anything that Kiko can really get done here. PaperX with a gorgeous shutdown, and this is what we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit more from Jing on the race.
Sensible Jing. He's not just running knee-deep in to try and hit the ace. Respecting the fact that still early days here, I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will, in fact, get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise coming over here towards Heavenside. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for PaperX. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again, the opening 3 coming on. Just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but more so than that.
That was a gorgeous arc rose from Divide, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something judge in hand, plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols, so let's see where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in, something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of halted up in tree for the time being, and the attackers once again will slow this one down. Not much to work with. Just classics and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Martyr as well. PaperX, happy to chill. See what NRG are going to do here. Share covering over towards Mound.
But quite happy to just lean towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Walker's back up for NRG.
And through the wall is going to be Forsaken, spamming his way in. And where's you find one, you shall find.
Maybe इसको पता है Forsaken ने यहाँ पर टिपी किया.
More, you know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just going to be waiting around the corner. Forsaken gobbles all of them up. One away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, PaperX, excellent position now, taking no economic damage on this defensive side. Going to start running away with things. NRG once again going to have to take the hard road here. and just gun round by gun round work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map pick though.
तो शायद मिल जाएगा अभी भी.
And the real disappointing thing is, you know, you would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start, pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose the round 3. Maybe you don't. I know we've seen PRX on Fracture. Multiple rounds in a row to start things out with post-pistol and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mount, but PaperX are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken, who goes down and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket, looking for Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely. And this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through, a little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the paint shells will just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
I think you just want to min-max the money. Certainly early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if you can take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PaperX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. So 2 teams will handshake this one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here for your PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but Devi and Brock and Ethan will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan will one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG, who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PaperX's economy, and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Mara, and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. They put the pain on to PRX, and that's the 3 kills that PRX and just the 2 members, including Op, which something this time around.
This is going to be fun.
Is ready for NRG coming through pillars.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by PaperX, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on 8. Something on the line here. The fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Heading over towards the A side of things. Only Devi here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PaperX a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45 seconds, and the attackers are not really budging an inch. Kicking off the B split now. No scope misses from something. He's able to pick up Brock. Hit by the Paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got Kiko, but Kiko is happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the off-angle potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven's side. Only marked by Ethan. Kiko continues to jiggle here. Jing gonna find a pick onto Scuba. And they're taking a long time to get back into the site, but PaperX have at least got some trades on in.
We'll jingle if we hear the sounds of victory, and we do for Mara. Big shots in, Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells, we lock in 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to be. PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value in this operator. And the no-scope just is unfortunately not. It still gets the kill, mind you.
Well, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Mara was perfection. PaperX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
If this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with the eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying, it's fine, lose that one. On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a deficit, or deficit at all, compared to where Fracture was.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves, working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip-up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PaperX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
We can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. Odin is back in play. A lot of UTB exchange here for a second, tucked away.
उनका बाद में रिप्लाई नहीं आया उस वीडियो के रिगार्डिंग तो उनको ही मैसेज करने गया था कोई नहीं बोलने के लिए मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ कैमरा वगैरह अटकने रहा ना मतलब जब स्ट्रीम
NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for PaperX. Boxman onto something, does at least equalize the numbers, and Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jingnet.
It's a crazy read, Ethan. Understanding that something or somebody will be behind that box and rewarded. But now with this, Forsaken nearly had the secondary. Ethan a little bit too sharp. PaperX, Envy still in play though, 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take it down by Divine Envy.
GG, bro.
Doubling up here for PRX's 4th.
Yeah, good recovery from PaperX there. NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there.
Whoa.
See Mount fight. Well, navigated by PaperX. Had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the round would have been done outright, but the rest of PaperX pick up the pieces. It's just a very back-and-forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously, went down to a 2v2. Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready again, but a Scuba onto something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Be pushed off by the Vital. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG is scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Pain Shells and the Paranoia not really connecting too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the side.
Do some damage on a Brock, even get a kill, but not quite there as Marta converts onto Forsaken, 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Divine Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Divine left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Divine any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Divine even want to go for it? That's my question, because it just doesn't have the money to play with.
Fall back into spawn side. Hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against something's Blade Storm. Everyone winning their
ones. Like करो यार, जो भी नया वो subscribe करो.
Well handled. 4 versus 2 there, making sure the clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4 on Lotus. By the only gun in the hand. Let's see what the rest of the economy looks like for PaperX after this.
Too much for Envy to do that. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
BGMI. That is not the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up still being a death for Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression play with the Hort to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a PaperX classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very familiar with PaperX and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken.
How are you, Kriti?
The hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get ecoed round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how this started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led PRX to quite the lead, but here on NRG,
Bro,
find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill to Envy. And
मैं देख रहा था अगर ये बंदा 2-3 लेके जाता नहीं यहाँ से,
he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the save?
30 seconds left. Potentially so. Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this A site. They've been kind of battering down the door in this part of the map a couple of rounds in a row here. Seen PaperX with a very, very quick opening towards A that has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe, especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option. PaperX have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mound.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for PRX as well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round. And a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found Divide. Okay, he's happy with that one. How much of a chase do NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly they can throw as many guns at this as they want to. So as it stands, don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of taking Divide out of a fully set up C site. NRG claim the lead here, 5 and 4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of
वैसा बोला गया है मेरे को, जिन लोगों ने मेरे को स्ट्रीम का परमिशन दिया है ना कि वॉच पार्टी कर सकते हो WC ने e-sports वर्ल्ड कप, तो उन्होंने बोला है कि स्ट्रीम को अलम ज़्यादा कम नहीं रखने का, तुम्हारा कम हो तो भी चलेगा, स्ट्रीम का कम नहीं रखने का, तो उस वजह से मेरे को समझ रहा हूँ ना रखना पड़ रहा है ज़्यादा.
Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. There's something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Saken peppering down at least one player outside of A there. Scuba a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status as NRG looking to pick up the pace towards C here with Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shit will slow things down. With the Nightfall in play, PRX fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly, but just no one in the sightlines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, Steel Garden's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone fall away and make things difficult for PaperX.
क्या बड़ा लूँ मैं?
Here we go, Showstopper Jing. That's the opening he was looking for. But doesn't see Marta. Despite being flashed out, Marta gets the kill, Divide gets the trade, so there is still a 4 versus 4 and against something.
Bro,
he wanted that operator kill for so long, gets it onto Kiko. Opportunity now, Envy onto Brock. 2 left.
Right, 2v4 2v4 1v4. Nice way something. क्या round निकला है भाई ये. क्या बढ़िया मार है भाई PRX ने. बढ़िया खेल रहे PRX. पर एनर्जी भी कुछ कम नहीं है गाइस. देख रहे हो ना तुम कैसे पूरा मतलब ऐसा घुस जा रहे ना कि मौका नहीं दिया था मालूम. अगर वो थोड़ा सा कंट्रोल कर लेता ना वो साइट को तो हो जाता. ये देखो फ्लैश के अंदर मार रहा है भाई बंदे ने. पर ये जो राउंड निकले ना बढ़िया राउंड था.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway because Jing already wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
That's a classic set play from PaperX, going fishing for a pick outside of C, but unfortunately not able to get it. Scuba looking outside of A.
Like कर देना यार, जो भी नहीं वो subscribe करना. और guys,
indeed you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to go for the skulk away as NRG start to work mount control.
Okay, here reclearing rather.
अरे यार क्या यार TP नहीं मारता तो भी अंदर चले जाते यार. For second क्या यार तुम थे
late to the party unfortunately.
कोई ना गेम में होता रहता है.
Stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. PaperX are so far out of position here.
Bro, मादा हिला तक नहीं.
That is ridiculous from Jing. Well, it's still the last minute, and Mata not respecting the boom bot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately, he just dies to Jing's swing there. So lose-lose scenario, and perfectly played by Jing.
यार हिल तो जाता boom bot आ रहा है मारता तो जगह पे खड़ा 4v4 है हो सकता है मालूम क्या
CT clear so far. And Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank.
भाई Scuba की लोकेशन बता दी इसने Kiko ने पर बढ़िया मारा था भाई
1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? Oh, Scuba's got to come in. Door's closing. Door is closing, brother. No, he's just got to give that one up, I'm afraid. He's gone.
अरे यार
Can't even leave the site. That door timing's
Saying
wild.
him play like you pro. अबे हाँ ना यार बहुत गंदा भाई ये मार देता है डिफ्यूज हो जाता है यार मालूम क्या फेक भी करता ना तो भी डिफ्यूज हो जाता नीचे नहीं उतरता तो ये फालतू में नीचे उतरा हाफ भी कर देता मालूम वो खुलने में ये देख हिला ही नहीं भाई ये क्या था ये देख ये बढ़िया मारा था मालूम क्या पर यार समथिंग भी गलत टिपी मारते हुए मर गया समथिंग नहीं मरता ना तो कुछ हो जाता
There we go once again, making similar plays.
Buy नहीं proper buy नहीं बे 4 सेकंड यार वापस मर गया यार
Big trades happening still on Mount 3 versus 4.
Sorry 4 सेकंड ही मरा था वही मरा वापस
something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 members from NRG is too many from the handle.
ये मरे जा रहे यार
7-5 by NRG. What a resurgence to get
7-5
rounds
हो
on the
गया
attacking side, given the fact that they get eco'd after the pistol. Really nicely worked. Can see why they picked Lotus into this series. And I'm feeling good for them, man. They're going on to defense now.
GG हो जाएगा यार पर अटैकिंग मैप है so देखते हैं अभी
Starting to really win things over.
ये क्या करेंगे
Mound side of things as well.
PRX
These last 2 rounds winning these controls.
पर एनर्जी भी अच्छा खेल रही है बहुत अंडर एस्टिमेट किया था लोगों ने
Yeah, a couple of the op kills but not really dominating the map or controlling.
लोग तो बोल रहे थे कि PRX इजी विन है देख लो वो भी यहाँ तक आए एनर्जी मतलब वो भी कुछ कम नहीं है ब्रो अगर EWC खेल रहे तो उनमें भी कोई तो कोई बात होगी भाई मेरे को 2 मिनट भी बैठने नहीं जा रहे मालूम क्या सोने का मन कर रहा है नींद आ रही है मेरे को पर ये मैच कंप्लीट ही करूंगा 4 सेकंड इज इक्वल टू घोस्ट काश मैं वैसा खेलता 4 सेकंड जैसा मजा आ जाता है
more than serviceable swapping back over onto this attacking side. But
काश
they have
मेरे
had a
भी
change
इतने
of E
सब्सक्राइबर होते
I think that
काश
does
अभी
kind of
इतनी
help them in
वाचिंग भी
some
होती
regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very
ये भी
popular choice of
अपने
initiator
टिंकू
on
भाई का
Lotus in
दोस्त है
particular on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a prowler. You need to take B main, throw a prowler. You need to take C main.
अबे वो BGMI का भी कुछ तो सीन आ चुका है वाओ क्रिएटर का पर वाओ का मैप कौन बना सकता है वाओ का मैप बनाना इतना भी आसान नहीं है मेरे दिमाग में मैप भी नहीं आ रहा है अभी तो पर वाओ क्रिएटर भी बन सकते मालूम हम
because the guiding light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to guiding light, satchel dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your sky.
I mean, the problem is though that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more stall and a lot more utility.
ऐसा सेम देख के ना मैं बनाता हूँ ठीक है मेरे पेंटिंग्स आप लोग दिखा देता मैं पर मेरे को अच्छा नहीं लगता है किसी को वो टैलेंट दिखाना पेंटिंग वाला इसलिए मैं दिखाता हूँ
how PRX manages this situation. 4 members for NRG on their side, and one scan already out onto Marta's. That location has been revealed. Wall's going to slow things down somewhat, and Marta's just taking util damage from all angles. So is Brock.
PRX not liking the way that A is feeling right now. They've taken a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta as mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win that exchange to some regard. Marta taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give PRX the opener.
And PRX slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. Now NRG are interested once more again, so like a wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here though. PaperX ready for the swing with the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for PaperX. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1.
1v1
another pistol for PaperX.
और दवाई भाई तो बहुत प्यारी चलाते हैं पर स्कूबा ने यार राउंड लेके चला गया यार मेरे को
another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well.
मेरे को लगा था यार दवाई यार क्या मारते हैं दवाई
Question now will be
मेरे को लगा दवाई यार ये राउंड तो निकल लेगा पर यार
second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here.
1v1 easy था बे
Massive trades back and
स्कूबा
forth
बहुत मार गया
towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well.
दोनों की HP लगभग सेम थी क्या खुश हुए भाई क्या खुश हुए
from Divine who's been so sharp today
कोई
in
तो
the series and Scuba showing okay I'm still good.
PaperX with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divine can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. PaperX wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through. That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up. Scuba gets Jing down, and now over towards the drop. Just back and forth. 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. But will they lose the round?
Player standing.
Well, they probably will.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock at Scuba. It's coming
Chalo
in.
nice,
the Lemmings made it into the site.
And
they had teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening peak over on Mount side. But look, PaperX do a good job keeping it interesting. Put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. Well, the rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from Forsaken or anybody else. It's the last couple of plays alive for PRX. This is one of the biggest deficits that PRX has seen for quite a little bit.
Very close on the C's laid there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for PaperX, but that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through that.
So Boombot Prowler Claire coming through from NRG. Make sure no one was there on Rubble. That allows now Kiko to move over.
I saw they've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some more duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but PaperX finally break through.
Okay, Ethan Amada. Okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here. Which is a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. And now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just...
हो जाएगा
1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank. Still got just barely enough time.
I mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know how tucked behind the box Marta is. Ethan's ready for it, though. Very much
ready,
bhai, and that's a 10th round for NRG.
इतना game sense है भाई इन लोगों में, इतना game sense है. इनको पता है कि क्या कर सकता है. एक कदम आगे रहते ये enemy से.
Honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's why you look at NRG, not only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for PaperX to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If PaperX had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now, will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far. And a 1v2, that's something really would have taken a lot for him to win that one. And heads up play by Ethan to consider the fact that he might be getting long flanked. And as these rounds go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
ये मैच के बाद यार मैं जा रहा हूँ यार सोने बस हो जाए.
Expect nothing less from this series. PaperX have very much dug themselves a hole here, though.
4 घंटे
out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shot down more often than not by NRG. We're playing an excellent game here. Very well rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like no one's really lagging behind.
From both teams, really. That one's, as you say, really running super far ahead like Devi was on Fracture. Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowl actually get a bit of a sightline? Maybe.
Nah, Forsaken tried to dodge it.
4 सेकंड यार मरे जा रहे हैं
inside
मालूम
of the
कब
dark
से।
cover. Unfortunate. Disgusting
कोई
off
नहीं
angle
यार,
here from Brock.
नसीब
This is
नहीं
what we
है
know
4
him
सेकंड
for.
का आज।
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see Devi revealing the Odin through that wall as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from Envy.
Mara. Outlaw out yet again. Looking to
Mara
farm himself
sniping
up a
both करते
showstopper.
हैं।
He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little
मैं
earlier
प्यार
on.
ही
Something
चलाता है वो ये
over on the
गन।
other side of the map. Sees the sheer wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay.
बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं ये लोग।
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out. Slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be Scuba and Rourke.
Yeah. Quite happy to let Paper X come to them. Only Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the Paint Shells tries to clear out Pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as Paper X?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage!
Bro.
Rourke finds his mark onto something inside the smoke. No problem. Scuba on the Devi as well. Now Jing. Yeah, just see if we can get a kill here or two. Help the economy.
Bro.
Nice tap. Also building
Bro.
himself up a showstopper. One off now.
क्या मारा भाई इसने? 2 बंदे तो मारे भाई। बढ़िया मारा। जिसको भी मारा इसने बहुत बढ़िया मारा।
Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX, after that tack timeout, we'll need to think about where this gun round's gonna go.
कितने बज गए भाई? 11 बज गए।
Going into their attack timeout, they definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off 2 pretty big ults here for Paper X.
Yeah.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny those
कर रही है। अब इसके बाद जो भी होगा ना, वो मैं देखूंगा। ऑफलाइन देखूंगा वो मैच। मतलब ऑफलाइन देखूंगा। Watchparty में।
Knows his tricks, knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
Just a flick one tap.
क्या बोला? सोते देखूंगा और देखते सो जाऊंगा।
5 seconds into the round.
Wow.
Just a disgusting shot from Kiko.
Comeback.
And anything that you discuss on Paper X is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the Cloudburst smokes or relying on that Nightfall now as Devi is under pressure. Oh, he's lucky to survive that.
Bro, मारा था यार।
I'm surprised he almost got Mana there. Honestly, had no business being doing anything.
अरे ओडिन वगैरह हो जाती ना तो
3 on 5 here for Paper X. Off angle from
प्रॉपर गेम प्ले चाहिए ना प्रॉपर। वो भाई वो पिछला वाला जो मैच हुआ था ना भाई क्या मजा आया।
Kind of in the bin at the moment, and Scuba just drops something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. All picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. Feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again. Like a stop map for Paper X. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze we're so back.
We just speed ran Fracture straight into Lotus from that Grand Final. Really, we skipped the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX. It sucks
sunset
to be in a position where you got to save on this round to give the 12 over to NRG.
Especially after your attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin. A little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware of where Envy is, and he won't make it away with the operator, so something will be a little bit more empty-handed. And Paper X, they've got all of the ults, but none of the money up against map point here for NRG.
Something मारता है ऑफ से।
That round went from bad to worse with no recovery.
देखते comeback हो गए।
It just starts like you said. You lose.
अरे यहाँ पर मारा था
5
यार।
seconds in, smoke's gone. Something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind. No chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does, though. I remember that America's lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it. Just gonna have to throw that rocket out. Lots of ultimates being played in, and something again just doesn't really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Broke on the other side of that door, spamming on through Jing. Made his way onto site, but this just continually losing more. NRG are going to make this one look easy. 2 left, down to 1. Forsaken versus the world. Despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run 13.
बढ़िया मारा बे एनर्जी वाले ने पहले लगा था कि ये भी वन साइड लेके जाएगी अपनी जो PRX है वो, पर एनर्जी ने जो कमबैक किया ना भाई, जो कमबैक किया ना एनर्जी ने, बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया खेले, नाइस बे। अलग ही नहीं मार रहे भाई, बहुत मार रहे इन लोगों ने। जी भाई जी। बाय। तो मिलते कल, ये अगला राउंड होगा शायद सनसेट पर, तो हम तो नहीं देख पाएंगे, मतलब देखेंगे पर स्ट्रीम नहीं कर पाऊंगा क्योंकि 4 घंटे हो चुके हैं और ज़्यादा भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा यार, पूरा जीजी हो जाएगा नहीं तो मेरा। ये किसका मैच चल रहा है देखते ए पे किसका मैच चल रहा है? अरे ए पे तो थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग हो चुका है। Yeah,
just talk. I was trying. We're going to go to some highlights. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this game, shall we, gentlemen? Because you told me you cannot blow out PRX on Lotus.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I just witnessed a blowout.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, let's take a look at why my guys were able to step up for the great USA. Pistols galore, the raises out of the gates. You'll love to see the satchel fights. The team shots were able to go in NRG's direction. This was a crazy round, though. This was like the best round, but after this, it just gets bad for PRX. You start out so strong. Insane divide plus something moments into this Jing 4K that nearly ended an ace.
This is where the PRX highlights end.
That's what I'm saying. After this, it's all NRG highlights. We got judges coming out.
भाई मतलब मेरे को ये नहीं समझ आता कि लोग ऐसा क्यों बोलते हैं कि he has no aim, मतलब अगर उसके पास एम नहीं होता तो वो यहाँ पर खेलता ही क्यों, मेरे को ये बताओ।
Well-rounded
क्या
performance
भाई,
for NRG,
कुछ भी।
honestly. I felt like everyone had their moments, everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this
कुछ भी
well-drilled,
मतलब
on their
कुछ भी
defense
4
in
सेकंड को ऐसा
particular,
बोल
they
रहे
make your
कुछ भी
life a
बोल रहे
nightmare. We saw it in that
ये
second to last round for PRX,
नहीं देखना चाहिए
where you're
भाई,
just
मैं भर
losing one
दूंगा
or
इन
two
लोगों को,
players
अगर मैं
before you've
देखूंगा ना
even
ऐसा
kind of
कुछ
made it through the
तो मैं भर
opening
दूंगा।
parts of the map.
I was quite impressed with Ethan, honestly.
ऐसा नहीं होता रे, ऐसा नहीं
there,
होता।
able to just sniff
वो
out
लोग
them,
यहाँ
there's
पर
not
खेल रहे हैं ना,
movement to
चाहे
random
कौन सा भी
flanks,
गेम हो, अगर
2
वो लोग
versus 1
कॉम्पी
against
में
something,
खेल रहे हैं, अगर
just understanding,
T1
okay, big flank is gonna
खेल
be
रहे,
there,
वो
finding him
प्रो
behind the
प्लेयर है,
box as
तो
well.
समझ
Ethan
जाओ कि
just
उनमें
had
कुछ तो
eyes
था, इसलिए वो वहां पर खेल रहे, ठीक है।
over the map.
तो ऐसा मत किया करो कि किसी को ट्रोल करो या किसी के बारे में बुरा कहो, कभी नहीं करने का, ठीक है। कोई भी हो, कौन सी भी टीम हो, कितना भी आप उनको हेट कर रहे हो, पर आप उनके बारे में बोलने से पहले एक बार खुद का गेम प्ले जज करना, फिर दूसरों को जज करना, ठीक है। अरे यार थैंक यू, मैं हूँ, मेरे को नहीं खेलना आता तो मैं मान्य करता हूँ, पर उन लोगों को खेलना आता इसलिए वो वहां पर खेल रहे हैं, समझ रहे हो ना।
I understand why they went for that, especially against double control of ice. Like they really want to work the map a little bit more. They want to have more kind of answers to just simplify the map control. But I felt like they probably just needed to burst more, and I would have
आज के लिए बस इतना ही, मिलते फिर कल, क्योंकि कल जॉब पर भी जाना है तो सोना तो पड़ेगा। देखते चलो, तू भी नहीं मानता ना कि तेरे पास गेम सेंस है, मेरे पास बहुत है,
especially playing into a Viper.
I have मेरा मन भी है जाने का, पर मैं मतलब वो लास्ट मैच भी देखना चाहता हूँ, पर जाना तो पड़ेगा।
13-5 is a nice score. Can we do it again, or are we going to go to ultra overtime? We're already overtime here on the set, but I'm happy to stay here all day with you two gentlemen. I don't think we're going.
Bye दोस्तों, bye. So थैंक यू यार, आप लोगों ने स्ट्रीम ज्वाइन की, अच्छा लगा। गेम कैप्चर क्यों बंद किया मैंने? डिस्प्ले कैप्चर बंद करना है अपने को। अरे ये क्या हो गया? ये ऐसे रहने देना है अपने को, ठीक है। तो मिलते फिर कल। नो प्रीमियर डेविल भाई 4 तारीख को क्या है के वालों नो लैपटॉप अरे यार चलो बाय 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 बाय।